Getting a pitched up delivery from Nathan Edwards. Much better in length there, much fuller as well. He's talking about the Grenada Revolution, which led to an invasion. That was way back on March 13th, 1979. You know how far Grenada has come. They've been able to produce not just one, but mainly an Olympic champion in Karani James and so many more. One would also know we played up to mid-on. Devon Smith, who's also from Grenada, would have dominated regional cricket. I think he might be easily. He's got some fantastic runs, some fantastic record. Junior Murray, I think early last year, another test player from Grenada, launched his book. Good morning, Junior. He also has his own academy, Junior Murray. Here is Royal back and just steering this down to the fielder on the wide backward point boundary. Return comes into Callum Boyne Tuckett. So he gets a signal, Royal. He goes up to 9. End of that over, second over of the morning. 11 runs in the first 2 overs of the day's play.
Yes. Yeah.
343 for 7. Here goes Blades, weighing the number 18. Goes past umpire Nigel Duguid. Gets the delivery. Brad Barnes and just stays it down to the backward point fielder. A lot of traffic taking place in the back of us with the VC Bird International Airport. It's a weekend, and so a number of international flights will be touching down from JetBlue to Caribbean Airlines. Here is a single that's taken very quickly into the mid-wicket area. Good response there very quickly from both batsmen. Score got me into trouble there. In fact, it was Royal who was on strike. And Brad Barnes now comes back into strike. So Royal on 10 with that single. Sorry for that one for the viewers. I was maneuvering and glancing through on the screen. Barnes into strike. That one was angling between middle and leg, and Barnes was just able to just play it up to mid-on. Kelvin Pittman, who was very close, and Blades was adamant and saying we got to cut that single out, so I want you to get as close as possible to mid-on. Just think it's a risk, really. I think what you want is that you maybe need to bring McKenny Clark into the traditional mid-wicket position and force Pittman to go back just in case the ball lobs up to mid-on. Here's a ball that is on the line of the off stump and just trying to get fancy there. Look as if he wanted to run that down to third man. Didn't really have a lot of pace there, Brad Barnes. And have to be careful that he didn't go on to his stumps. I think he would be advised to come on the front foot. He's a good stroker, good driver of the ball as well. So you want to get that stride out and find the gap on the offside rather than trying to be risky and playing one just to Bishop. Gully. That ball turned him right around. Just as I was talking about it, the ball kept low, peeled off on the back foot and caught by Bishop at the gully area. Something that I was talking about there, forcing him back. Let's look at that again. Brad Barnes. Right foot going back. Chew. Caught him. Inside edge. And peel off the edge. And good sharp catch there by Joshua Bishop. So Brad Barnes goes back for a well-played 50. And Markina Minley comes out. Jamaica now 344 for 8. Oh, he's bold. Thought he got an edge onto that. Now that cameraman fixed that over. So he really played right around that. And his right foot was going back rather than across. And it all happened so fast and quickly here. So Blade strikes early, 3 for 53. And the Academy, they gave away in the first 2 overs 2 boundaries. But in the next over, they picked up a wicket so far. Minley comes in. He's a naught, Royal 10. Down the onside. Badly lined delivery. And it's gone for 4 byes. Now Minley has just come in. No need for the extra pace there. And not signal wide. We've seen stranger things as we continue to cover this game. In the meantime, Jamaica score goes up to 348. 348 for 8. So they're approaching 350 very quickly. Remember, John Campbell won the toss on day 1. Didn't idle. In fact, he was celebrating to bat, and in that process, he was able to notch up a 100. Edwards not for 47. He's into his 12th over, starting from the CIU road end. 2 slips, Gully, backward point. Anytime soon, you'll be hearing the legendary voice of Marley Richards. Academy just taking too long to sort the angles out. Royal driving up to mid-on. Can't score. The score remains on 348 for 8. Morning, Mal.
Morning, Vern. Morning, everyone. Yeah, those last 2 deliveries from Jediah Blades probably sums up what we expect to see from these young players, learning the game at quite a high level here at the first class level. Produced an absolutely sublime in-swinging Yorker to remove Brad Barnes, and then the next delivery was woefully down the leg side. I know Colin Bowen Tuckett must be saying to himself, how is that buys? That goes against me. That's a reflection on me, my wicket keeping. It was almost 2 pitches away. Have a look at this again.
I'm surprised that it wasn't even called wide.
Beautiful delivery, in swinging Yorker.
Full length.
Full length.
Something we've been calling for since yesterday. Both to the seamers.
And look at that one. Wow. He did well to get close to that one, Colin Bowen Tuckett.
Well, was driving. Good stop there by Edwards on the follow through. Might have maybe saved maybe a single. Royal on 10. 348 for 8. No lane yet. No lane today, Mali.
Not sure we're going to see. Johan Lane again in this innings for the West Indies Academy. They've got to try and bowl out this Jamaica Scorpions team for below 400. Scorpions will be looking to eke their way up to 400. A bit of a setback with the loss of Brad Barnes. Set batter.
Yeah, Royal trying desperately to heave this over into the mid-wicket area. But I think he lost his shape. Came up just too early.
Swing, movement, and that's where you have to keep your shape the most. Have a look at this. Just a hint of swing back in to the right-handed Royal, taking the inner half of the bat. As you said, Vernon, just losing his shape. No real solid base at the crease on that shot.
Just has to bat. Just don't need to muscle the ball. Just get in. Balance has to be right at the crease, both on the front foot and at the back foot. He's going again, top hand there. Again, as Mali was talking about that, the swing. So you have to step out. You got to stay low to the ball. You can't be looking to go airy-fairy.
Got to play the ball late as well. Almost there. He looked to advance with Royal. So he's looking to counter the swing by coming down the pitch to Nathan Edward.
Goes to 11 with that single. Score goes up to 349 for 8. Now brings Mark in a Minley, who's played Test cricket for the West Indies. He's bowled quite well so far this season. And Edwards starts with a wide delivery. He's annoyed with himself at the completion of that over. So 1 run out of that over. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Jamaica Scorpions batting first. They're 349 for 8 after a splendid 100 from their captain, John Campbell, 101.
Yeah, well played to the Scorpion skipper indeed. He's making a fantastic comeback to 4-day cricket. So we see the pitch here at Coolidge. Still a very good batting surface. Few cracks, but hasn't been the hottest here at Coolidge, especially in the last 2 weeks. We've had quite a bit of moisture, so I expect this pitch as well to hold together quite well, similar to what we saw last week. Less grass covering on this one.
Yeah. I certainly love last week's struck.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It was just that first day rain, I think, that really put a dampener on that pitch, per se, in terms of pace, bounce. Pitch was so good, to be honest. He could have played another match on it, another 4-day game.
Well, I was trying to beckon to Kadim and company that, hey, maybe just try that again, really. But they said no.
Yeah, that's what happens in Multan. You see that? Multiple tests, even for the West Indies at Gaul, Sri Lanka.
We're not that brave yet, Mali.
No, not yet. We have too many venues here in the Caribbean, to be honest.
We're not that brave yet. Here is the delivery, played uppishly. And again, Royal having some problems.
Yeah, he's just being attacked in his blind area here, his blind spot. Maybe best served to just open up that stance a little bit to these left-arm seamers, especially from over the wicket. Look at his position there. You see him just falling over, losing balance.
And in a position like this, Mali, he would have to retake a guard and become more square on so he could be able, as you said, to be peeping out. Right now he's peeping out of his weakest eye, which is his left eye. Just need to make that slight adjustment, get that right foot more around and bring, just open up a little square. But he's maybe not comfortable in that area. So let's see how he will angle it this time. Trying to get a trigger movement. He's driving to cover for 4. Half volley. Put away. 350 up for Jamaica. Yeah. That's a beautiful cricket shot.
350 up with a beautiful extra cover drive there from Javar Royal. He likes it in that area. No swing this time. Looking to go across him. Got into a much better position when hitting through the offside. Look at that head. Right over the ball. He also is a player that suggests a bit more with the bat. I think Javar Royal, good left arm. Orthodox. But I think he can contribute a lot more, especially in this format of the game, in this lower order for the Scorpions. This one's aerial again. Did that carry?
Think it was dropped? And if it didn't drop, it dropped in front of him.
Hakeem O'Geese in that mid-wicket square leg position, sorry.
Yeah, single to Royal. He goes to 16. Maybe we can, our cameraman can pick that up. Did it carry to hand? Did it?
Can't really see by the reaction of Jediah Blades and the way that ball kind of bounced away from Hakeem O'Geese there at square
I
leg.
wonder if it bounced in front of him and he was trying to.
Just trying to catch it just out of frame.
Yeah. Blades bungling away. He's going to bowl to Minley. He will fancy himself getting Minley. Minley quietly coming forward.
In fact, from our vantage point here in the commentary box is a post right in front of where Hakeem O'Geese is stationed there at square leg. So even in real time.
And he's just there rehearsing and practicing that he could have
dive forward possibly.
Dive forward.
That's where the squats and the burpees and all that work on the legs come into action, Vern.
Yeah.
It's in these little moments to be able to have that power to spring forward a la Richie Richardson.
Yeah.
Swing again, but
good take by Callum Boyne Tuckett.
Down the leg side.
Yeah.
Wayward from Jediah Blades to end. 5 from that over. 350 up in this over as well. 354 for 8. The Jamaica Scorpions eking their way to 400.
Just trying a little bit too hard. Every now and again he overcompensates. Blaines.
It's a catch. Drop catch. Fantastic work this by our team here at 360. To pull that one back up for you. It looked like that carried at a catchable height for Hakeem O'Geese. So another chance. Is that the fourth?
The first for the morning.
First for
the
academy here on day 2. And that indiscipline. Last week it was consistently overstepping the mark and no balls. This week it's been very, very sloppy fielding overall and catching. Once again, head up in the air.
Yeah.
From Javar Royal.
And that's because the ball is now between middle and leg. Anything just outside his off stump is very strong into that area, and he's having a torrid time dealing with Edwards.
Still got to be looking to hit that ball up straight. Obviously, when it's outside that off stump, he's a lot more comfortable, as you said. But here with the ball swinging back in, especially when it starts on the stumps, off stump line.
I think that's a good delivery. Blades is walking up to Edwards to try and convince him about something. He just needs to bowl that perfect line, hit the deck consistently. Royal is thinking one shot. He wants to hit the ball over mid-wicket.
Got to be looking mid-on. It's more comfortable in that area outside the off stump.
Yeah. We know for sure that Minley is not going to give his wicket away, so he's contented to just bat. Blades is back in the hut already. Royal is 17. Minley comes out. He's a naught. Edwards bounding away to Minley. Minley comes half forward. The most important thing is that he kept it out. Fielder O'Geese from short mid-wicket rubbing away on his left side. No, in fact, it's Rivaldo Clark. You know for sure that Royal is going to be, he's a sort of passionate guy. He's going to be saying something. Edwards looking to get into that wicket column. Play it up to mid-on. They get an easy single. The fielder mid-on caught napping there.
It's a good delivery. That's the most disappointing thing that for Nathan Edwards. A good ball honing in on middle and leg. It's an opportunity. Can he find the right area here to Royal? Just on that off stump, swinging back in. He's gotten himself in a tangle.
Royal going big, going big, going big. It's gone all the way, smacked into the side screen at the CIUN. Something that he was looking for almost all day, Mali.
Well, what's different about this shot is that he's actually looking up in that mid-on area as opposed to through mid-wicket. In the end, the hand, bottom hand coming off, extension of the top hand from Javar Royal. A more controlled cricket stroke. Just looking to time that one.
Score goes to 362. He's advancing with good short ball by Edwards just to remind him.
Look at that 6 again. Yeah. Better position there from Javar Royal. Yeah, they ended up playing that one-handed, but sweet, sweet timing indeed. So Edwards coming in for a bit of punishment now. Good response from the young man. Goes very short in the end. Played quite comfortably from Javar Royal. That's the area of the game in which Nathan Edwards would definitely have to improve, and improve quickly. He's got to put on a yard or two just to keep these batsmen honest. It's going to be Blades. More happy looking Scorpions dressing room now. 362 for 8. Minley gets off the mark. Very experienced at this level now. He's played some 57 first class matches, Marquino Minley. 140 wickets. Obviously he'll be looking forward to his stint with the new ball. As Vernon said earlier, played just the one test in Australia. Ended up having to pull out of that test match with injury. He's played one ODI as well, just recently in December versus Bangladesh. That was in St Kitts, Warner Park. He's got a first class best of 43, Marquino Minley. So he'll be hoping to at least get as near to that as possible here in this situation, which would put Jamaica in a spot of dominance in this match. This one turns Royal around. He's down for the count. It's hit him in the sensitive area there. Oh, he's down now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and here comes the physio. Respite on his way. Have a look at this. Just getting a bit too square to this delivery from Jediah Blades, making himself a big target. Look, very square indeed. Oh, that hurts. And it's a delayed pain as well, Vernon. That when hitting that region.
Good thing is that he has on a seat cup.
Yeah, it's the best thing that he's got on a seat cup because.
Technical man in here. Billy Joe.
It's academic these days.
Yeah, well, if it is not, he'll be on his way to the hospital, for sure. But Mali, I don't think we can overemphasize how important the score is. 363 for 8. 350 for Jamaica came up for 531 balls, 371 minutes with 44 fours and 7 sixes. But we're talking about the partnerships. First, it was Blackwood and Campbell, 67, 94 balls, 59 minutes. Then it was Campbell Glenn, 89, 73 balls, 59 minutes. Barnes Smith, 71, 103 balls, 56 minutes. So you had almost 3 half centuries complementing John Campbell's 100.
Yeah, it's been a pretty balanced batting performance from the Jamaica Scorpions. Started, they were a bit up against it. The academy team were very disciplined, as we spoke about at length yesterday. But post-lunch, everything really went helter-skelter from a West Indies Academy perspective. They really struggled to control the Jamaican Scorpions. As you said, there was a lot of smart batting as well. You know, you saw Javel Glenn come in, play a supporting role. when the more senior batter was dismissed, and he would have taken the mantle on in terms of just keeping these West Indies Academy bowlers under pressure. And we saw Brad Barnes play a similar role, soaking up a few deliveries where Odin Smith then came in. Took a bit of time to begin with just to get suited to the conditions here, but then after that he, as you said, swashbuckling a half century from the talented, very talented indeed Jamaican all-rounder. And now here's Royal again, 23 of 28. As you said, Minley, he's going to know his role, very experienced in this situation. He's just going to bat. It's very short. Not sure what the appeal was for.
I'm trying to figure that out myself too.
I think it probably hit him on the shoulder, probably.
Maybe. Let's look.
That one really took off on Royal. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did.
There was a bit of glove there. The glove was in that region as well. So good hostile stuff this. Good follow-up from Jediah Blades. He's just finding a bit of extra pace here on day 2. That's one thing which he's shown. Is something we spoke about last game as well. That effort, 100%. Most deliveries. That execution, though, is something else. But as we said, young, very young, raw. On the leg side.
No slip, Mali. Found that strange?
Yeah, they've gone defensive here. The only catcher in is Gully, Joshua Bishop in that Gully position. So they've gone defensive to Javar Royal. Gully, backward point on the boundary. Extra cover. Akim O'Geist in mid-off. Kevin Pittman mid-on. Mid-wicket. The backward square leg on the boundary as well. And fine leg.
Look, Royal is going to counteract. Anything in his area, he's going to counteract.
Yeah, you could tell there though. No feet from Jafar Royal.
Well, if you got hit in the box area and then you get a short delivery, I don't think he's going to be hanging around too much more. His counteraction is to play shots.
Have a look at this.
Almost went off balance there completely.
He did, in fact. Was very worried about another short delivery.
Honing back onto that leg stump there.
I'm looking to stay leg side.
Can Blades produce that Yorker that dismissed Barnes?
Dropped. Another chance goes a begging. 5th for the West Indies Academy in this match. 2nd here this morning within the first hour of play. Joshua Bishop, the guilty culprit on this occasion. So all that hard work goes a begging for Jediah Blades. Very well bowled in terms of working over Javar Royal. Creates the opportunity of the final delivery. The opportunity to add to his 3 wickets goes a begging. Short, wide, outside the off stump. Tentative push from Javar Royal. Should have been lapped up by Josh Bishop as you see that one on the turf. So disappointment once again for the West Indies Academy. 5th chance goes down. That's far too many for these young players.
90 overs bowled, 364 for 8. Minley's 2. Royal 24. Royal comes into strike. Nathan Edwards on the charge, not for 56. Academy. Now we have a new change, Mali. Teddy Bishop is going to go under the helmet.
Looks like he's going very far away.
So then why does he need the helmet?
Looks like he's very far away indeed. He's in a catching mid-wicket position with a helmet on. Oh, Teddy. Strange. A few strange things happening here at the CCG from a West Indies Academy perspective. Edward to continue. It's just that lack of pace for Nathan Edward here.
That is frustrating. Wow.
You're right. Yeah.
Val de Clark having some chatter with Royal. And he's saying, I'm going to hit Edwards by the scoreboard. Edwards bongs away. He's charging him. Fired hard. And ball goes down to the third man boundary for 4. That's how he's going to play. Goes up to 28. And that's what's going to be happening. He advanced and just fired hard. Colin Boyne Tuckett has chased this all the way down by the gate here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. And while it goes to 28, the score goes up to 368 for 8. Jamaica Scorpions pushing on here. Hope the ball didn't go through the gate. Automatically looked like it did, because the standby umpire Felix O'Geese had to also fetch the ball, which went down the steps and out into the parking lot. If you know the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Royal has sent for some new gloves. He's batted for 38 minutes, so indeed he would need some new gloves. Over in Ghana at the Providence Stadium, the Windward Islands are 156 for 3 at Kensington Oval. In Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago are 208 for 5. And at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 4-2 for 8. But here at Coolidge, Jamaica are 368 for 8. Now, Teddy Bishop comes out of the helmet and he goes back to more or less a fly slip position with a gully. Royal is pulling this down to Pitman. One bounce. Just tried desperately, but I think did the best thing. The academy bowlers, everybody getting frustrated. They just have to stick to their plan. Have to be patient. Somebody is feeling, don't know if it's Edwards or somebody feels that Kelvin Pittman could have taken that catch, but that would have been a pretty difficult one in the process. .389 for 8. Minley in strike. Gets a short delivery up in the air. Oh. Nothing happening here at all. It was a short delivery. And Colin Boyne Tuckett ran from behind the stumps. Teddy Bishop didn't even move. Let's look at that again. Short ball, the ball climbed up. Look at Colin Boyne Tuckett go. That to me, if Bishop was responding, he should have been able to take that. .369 for 8. Here is Minley punching out onto the offside, getting an easy single. Academy's head's just dropping here completely. Ball goes to 29, comes into strike. Minley, in the meantime, goes up to 3. And Teddy Bishop keeps the helmet on. He's coming down to a fly slip or third man error.
It just seems like Teddy Bishop's trying to entertain himself at this stage.
I think he's getting psyched up about when his turn comes to bat. Yeah, it was a short delivery from Edwards, just steered into the offside. Score goes up to 371 for 8. And the academy seem not to have an answer, Mali, for this onslaught, or more or less Royal just maybe advancing and upsetting the bowlers here this morning.
To think that the most set batter in Brad Barnes was dismissed with such a peach of a delivery. The academy would have been hoping to at least pick up another quickly and wrap up this Jamaica Scorpions innings, but they're being made to toil here at the CCG, Vernon.
They've not helped their cause with at least two drop catches so far for the morning.
Yeah, 2 today, 3 yesterday. And we saw some poor fielding, some very poor throwing. Multitude of overthrows. Yeah, it's been a very ill-disciplined performance with the ball all around from the academy.
Oh, that's wasted delivery. And now umpire Nigel Duguid is calling wide. So he's not allowed to bowl a bumper.
I think he's very, for me, overly fascinated with calling wides and short balls, as opposed to, we saw that delivery way down the leg side a bit earlier this morning. There was no call. That was considered byes. So,
even yesterday.
yeah, there's a few strange things, but at the end of the day, he's changed his angle now, Jediah Blades, going around the wicket. Cleaned
him.
Completely cleaned him up, turned him round. That one angled in, held its line. Royal stands there, quite perplexed as to how he missed that one. But he's got to go.
And Blades walked all the way down to Joshua Bishop to said, had you caught that before, we'll be off the field.
Well, still got 1 wicket to take here. But he's produced 2 peaches, Jediah Blades. Just giving you a glimpse of the talent of what he possesses. 4 for 61, and he's hunting a maiden fifer as well in first-class cricket here, Jediah Blades. I think 4 for 63, his best this season. Have a look at this again. Round the wicket, angled in, scrambled seam.
Caught on the crease.
Yeah, no foot movement from Javar Royal. Where he ends up is where he should have been to begin with, covering that off stump.
But you know what happened, right?
Yes, he got hit in the ghoulies, as they'll say.
No, but the bumper that was called a wide.
Doesn't want to get in line. Got hit in the ghoulies. That's what happened. Nothing else matters. Since then, the footwork was non-existent. If you remember, he was looking to advance. He had creamed Nathan Edward down the ground for a sweet 6. Got hit in the nether regions, and since then, just refusing really to get in line, Javar Royal. Good delivery nonetheless. Maiden 5 for on the cards here for Jediah Blades in first-class cricket. Runs away from this immediate centre end. O.J. Shields on strike, inside edge, racing away down to fine leg.
Edwards comes across nicely. And straight away Shields is off the mark with 1.
Quite interesting, O.J. Shields. We've seen him actually represent 2 teams now in this competition.
Combined campuses and colleges.
If I'm not mistaken, in the last round, he was representing the combined colleges and campuses this season. O.J. Shields.
So there seems to be some special arrangements. Abijah Mansing also is a contracted player with the Jamaica Scorpions, is representing the combined campuses and colleges squad as well too.
At least you can see where contracted players who maybe aren't getting games can somehow find their way in. You just want to see it spread around the region maybe a bit more.
That's what I would like to see Thorn maybe being here, or maybe even Ashwin Ned. Oh, short delivery. See, Thorn was in the 13, simply because Tej Chandapal, I think, was injured, and another bowler, I think. But what you want him to be playing in the action. All right, let's look at this delivery, Mali. It had some bounce.
Good shot delivery. He's found something here, Jediah Blades. Just a little bit of extra pace. Maybe this pitch beginning to quicken up here on day 2.
Marking Minley maybe itching to bowl as well too. Just stays this out to Mbeki Joseph, who just fires a return. Didn't matter, he didn't care. Minley goes about his business. He goes up to 4. Score goes up to 374 for 9. 45 boundaries and 8 sixes. Very high proportion of boundary balls. Shields waits for Blades. And he just misses a complete straight ball.
Yeah, O.J. Shields actually played against the Windward Islands this season, representing the combined colleges and campuses. So he's turned out for two different teams in this competition.
Blades looking for 5 wickets. He's 4 for 63. He deserves 5. Driven. They get an easy single up to mid-off. O'Geese comes across. Over completed. And Jamaica's 375 for 9, 92 overs bowled. And we're inside the first hour of the morning session. 48 minutes of play so far. Over at Kensington Oval in Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago at 214 for 5. At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 414 for 9. And at the National Stadium in Guyana, Windward Islands are 168 for 4. And here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Jamaica Scorpions are 375 for 9.
In fact, O.J. Shields would have begun his season playing for the CCC, playing 3 games for the CCC, now turning out for the Jamaica Scorpions.
If I'm not mistaken, I think a couple of their fast bowlers are also injured. We would have seen young guy, the guy that played against the Leeward Islands up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I think he's injured. And speaking to Coach Robert Haynes, he said they had a couple of niggles within their camp, especially in the fast bowling area.
Caught.
So caught. So finally, Edwards gets his first wicket. He will feel very relieved because he was getting frustrated. Jamaica 375 all out in 92.1 overs. Edwards finishes with 1 for 63, Mali.
Yeah, good sharp catch that from Rivaldo Clark. He's got good hands. Had to time his jump, and he timed it to perfection. It was hit quite powerfully. But as he said, Jamaica Scorpions bowled out for 375 from 92.1 overs. Nathan Edwards picking up the last wicket in that innings. Jediah Blades still hunting a maiden 5-wicket haul at this level. But the innings comes to an end. We'll have a break now. Join us in around 10 minutes or so for the resumption, where the West Indies Academy will pursue 375.
So the news is that Jamaica Scorpions were bowled up by the West Indies Academy for 375 in 92.2 overs. The innings completed 45 boundaries, 8 sixes, 101 singles, 15 twos, 1 3, 388 dot balls, 401 minutes. The Jamaica Scorpions would have batted for. And outstanding performances, 3 half centuries and a century from their captain, John Campbell, 101, 126 balls, 206 minutes, 15 fours and 2 sixes. Jedediah Blades picking up 4 wickets for the West Indies Academy. But we are off and running here anytime soon. Markina Minley starting from the CIU Road end. Umpires just waving to the scorer. Mr. Bassarat making sure that everything is in place. 375 all out at the National Stadium in Ghana. Windward Islands are 187 for 4. Salazano fell for 43. Pascal North, Hod 17. Athenis for 39. Ambrose is not out on 23. And Descartes is on 14 not out. Left-hander O'Geese and then Becky Joseph opening the innings. Some 30 centuries have been scored. Jamaica starting with 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off. Lone man down in the fine leg area. Thomas wearing the number 75, the keeper goes down. Minley round the wicket. Ball just held its own. First delivery from Minley. By Trinidad and Tobago, 216 for 5. Amir Django is on 53 not out. Kamal Puran scored 60. Cooper 32. Jason Mohammed was bowled for 4. The Silver 7. Yannick Karaya scored 30 and Pierre is not out on 6. So Amir Django 142 balls with 8 fours. Quiet start as O'Geese just comes quietly forward in defense. Wicket takers for Barbados. Kemar Roach 2 for 49 from 17. Jason Holder 2 for 35. He's going into his 16th over. And Matthew Ford 1 for 44 from 17. Warwickon has only bowled 1 over so far. And Trinidad and Tobago 216 for 5. Wow, it must be seamer friendly. Here is O'Geese, who is go back for North. He played around a ball there, leaning edge. He just casually let's look at that, my technician. That was just a casual approach there. Just played around a normal ball, and the ball leaning edge, schooned up to mid-off. Let's look at O'Geese movement. He's trying to play the ball into the onside, took a leaning edge. Looks like Glenn who took a comfortable catch. And there we go. O'Geese goes for North. Gotta play the ball up the V, up the V. Can't look fancy, up the V, new ball. Let the ball come to you, mid-on, mid-off. Especially early in your innings. So Academy have lost their first wicket. The wicket of their captain. Teddy Bishop walks out. So Minley strikes early. Coming into this match, Minley would have bowled 92.1 overs, 24 maidens, 11 wickets, 194 runs, a best of 4 for 44 in the season so far. And 11 goes to 12 now in this championship. Markina Minley. Campbell Just orchestrating the field from second slip. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, Minley bungs away. The ball to Teddy Bishop down the onside, and Thomas skips across. Not for one. Academy would need 375 runs. Leeward Islands bowled out for 425 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And Windward Island Volcanoes are 194 for 4. And Trinidad and Tobago 218 for 5. 360 round up. Here is Bishop driving in the air. Just went through the hands of Minley and down to the boundary for 4. Catchable, right? Was hit sweetly. So, lovely off drive there from Bishop, except that he's going to have to be careful. You keep the ball along the carpet. The late Everton Weeks always said that. One of the things as a batsman, especially early, you try to stay over the ball. Just look to time the ball. Sometimes I just find that Bishop doesn't stay long enough over the ball. And he's in trouble. I think he hit him outside the line of the off stump. There was a appeal for a leg before. Was that height? Can I see that again, Billy Joe? I think he's outside the line of the off stump. He missed. It was an in-swinger. Got himself into a tangle. Pitch. Outside the line of the off stump. Height, I think. Height in the process. Physio is darting out. Wait, maybe just caught him on the. Let's look again. Did it hit the inside on that little chip bone there? Let's look at it. Here we go. Cut back sharply. Oh, 2 sounds. Thinking you'll be all right. 4 for 1. Not out. Maybe just down for the count. Look like everything is happening for him. I think he'll be all right. He has many more. Once he's made up that his mind that cricket is going to be his career. And he can ask Mally Richards about how many times he will get beaten up, especially when he goes to England. He'll be baked with a lot of things. He'll be hit all over. His ribs, his hand, inner thigh. Somebody else has to come out? He's that bad? I didn't see that. What was so hard about that delivery? Bishop is retiring.
Let's see it again. Probably the inner part of the knee.
I don't know.
Let's have a look.
I really don't know, Mally.
Got into a bit of a tangle. Was looking to leave. I'm not quite sure where that's hit. It looked like it hit him on the thigh, to be fair. But just seems to be hobbling.
Unless that he had a previous injury before and he aggravated it. I don't know. He seems to be limping. Huh? So, Academy, you almost can say, in a bit of trouble. In the first over, you got Bishop retiring and Ogis gone for naught. So, already under tremendous pressure.
We saw an absolute peach of a straight drive as well from Teddy Bishop. So very eventful over indeed.
Yeah. It doesn't look good coming off there. Let's hope for the Academy's sake that he'll be fine and okay. But in the meantime, out comes the dynamic Rivaldo Clark. Just needs to give me something to think about today.
When you think about it, what we saw from in that first over from Marquino Minley is just what makes him such a good pro, especially at this first class level. On the money, ball one, in the right areas. Whatever there's to extract out of the pitch, he's going to get it. Just got the ball to bounce. Bit of movement. He'll make good use of this new ball. But it's going to be Shields from the pavilion end.
First time I saw Shields, man, it was a pretty long time ago in St. Kitts. Bowled with some rapid pace. He starts with a wide. Oh, finally. We get a wide call.
Umpire Dogood spreads the arms. As we were saying, he's represented the combined colleges and campuses this season. O.J. Shields played 3 games for them. Here he is with the new ball for the Jamaica Scorpions. 25 wickets in his 13-match first-class career so far. Best of 4 for 86. That coming against Guyana this season at Providence. It's good pace and carry through to wicketkeeper Thomas.
He's a natural athlete. And once allowed to bowl fast, I think could develop into, once he gets his rhythm going, don't need to worry about the strike pattern. I think we just need to work on the biomechanics and him landing the ball in the right area. He's got more pace than Marquino Minley, for sure. Wearing the number 21 in Becky Joseph. He's just clipping this one into the square leg area for 4. Strong bottom man. He's very, 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 very strong in that area. Anything around middle and leg. And you saw that bat face closing there. Almost the same sort of trouble that Ogie's got himself into.
In fact, he just played this a bit later, did Becky Joseph. Good fast hands. Supple wrists. Gets off to a good start. Should give him an element of confidence, but he's under pressure in this innings. Effectively 2 down with the loss of Teddy Bishop, retired hurt. Once again, just on the body, played away for another single.
And from the last time we saw Rivaldo Clark, Mali, his feet movement, he just wasn't himself. He wasn't balanced at the crease. He was not coming forward. So, guess he's going to have to be on the money today very quickly.
I thought he looked quite good in that first innings, to be fair. But in the second innings, he was really done over. If you think back, the experience of that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force attack, pushing back the man at backward square. Anderson Phillip.
Anderson setting him up.
Yeah. And sucker him outside the off stump, no edge there. That was similar to how he was dismissed last week, as we were saying. Just caught on the crease. Rivaldo Clark, bit of shape away from him by Shields. Going close to that outside edge.
Let's look at the right foot, Mali. It moved, but really didn't really go anywhere. Just come across in his stance. Didn't go back.
Bit of a nervy start, to be honest. Regardless of whatever position he got in there, is well outside that off stump. Could have lowered that through to the wicketkeeper. It's more about the shot selection there for these young batters.
Trying to get bat onto ball rather than picking up the length. Down the onside, appeal for a leg before, but in vain, more or less.
I think just tried to follow it up with a magic delivery there, Shields. It's best served on that off stump, looking to swing it away. It's got to be patient as well. Patience applies not only to the batters but to bowlers as well, especially fast bowlers, hot conditions.
Something we've seen throughout the entire season so far, the seamers just not patient enough. They think they can get a wicket every ball. And nothing is wrong in thinking like that.
That's a good delivery there. Upright seam, that's the thing. They've got to present an upright seam more often than not. Good finish to that over from O.J. Shields. Valder Clark yet to get off the mark. The Academy up against it already. Losing the wicket of Aki Mogis for a duck. And Teddy Bishop retired hurt for 4. The 10 for 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask. They're going to really need a partnership. First, play every ball on its merit. And that is going to be very, 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 very important. They got to be switched on because Minley is going to be attacking the stump. So you got to be switched on, especially to Minley.
Yeah, accuracy is his strong suit. He's a guy that really assesses conditions quite quickly. That's what makes him such a good pro, or another reason as to why he's so good at this level. 141 wickets now for Jamaica. Yes, 141 at the first class level. A best of 6 for 54. 9 for 88, his best figures in a match. He's taken 7 5-wicket hauls, Marquino Minley.
Starts with the ball going down the corridor of uncertainty on about the 6 stump line, more or less. Could be 7 maybe.
Yeah, and Becky Joseph really struggled to get going in the previous game here versus the Red Force, playing against his hometown franchise.
I think maybe might be out Fox first by Brian Charles.
Every time he came into bat, Brian Charles was brought into the attack.
Every time.
And when he was that first innings, in fact, it almost seemed like he was just brought in to get him out.
Every time.
And then he was pulled out to the attack.
Never bowled again until the second innings.
Yeah, he's just struggling in order to find the mode in which to bat here at the first class level. You do expect that from these young players. It will take them a bit of time, especially against more seasoned professionals. You know, he likes to feel bat and ball, especially if you're going to bat in the top 3 at this level. Got to be able to leave quite a few balls. The leave, it's a very important shot as well for a top order batter.
And as an opening batsman, you want the bowler to come to you. You don't need to be going to the bowler. He has to come to you.
Just there. Just there. Got to be more aware of where that off stump is. Being lured into defending a bit wide of that off stump and Becky Joseph. But you do expect that from Marquino Minley. He's going to be in that business area, as they say. Have a look at this. Just a tentative poke. Those hands getting a bit far forward, a bit away from the body.
The stride was not big enough either. Just more caught on the crease, more or less. Trigger movement. That time, he did leave that because it was really extra wide. It's the one that is just down that off stump line that tugs you, which you really need to go from heel to toe. And you got to be transferring with the weight, with your head position. The head position is also going to be key.
I think what we're seeing from Marquino Minley as well is good skills. Just being able to angle that ball in, but it's actually swung away this time. Actually just seamed away off upon hitting. Just there going on with the natural angle. Well played from Joseph. Knocks that into the onside for 1. Just 1 run coming from that over. Good testing over from Marquino Minley. 11 for 1 after 3.
So good morning to Gail and Spliff, who are handling the manual scoreboard. They certainly need a shed over there, Mally.
Is there any word? Actually, they do. We've been lamenting that point now for how many years? At least 3. But what I was going to say, is there any word on Johan Lane in terms of?
I don't know. There's something.
Apparently, he's just carrying a bit of an ankle injury, possibly.
Yeah, that's a big one, as they would say.
Especially, he's a big, tall guy.
He didn't come out today to warm up at all. So
We haven't seen him really since that first spell. 5 overs. He was immaculate with the ball in that first session. And to think he didn't really come back. So after picking up.
It's got to be serious.
Yep.
So I think
that may be a bit of an issue for him in terms of, and this academy as well, in terms of batting.
Well,
they've already lost Teddy Bishop.
He might.
In swing here from Shields. Inside edge. No feet once again from Mbeki Joseph.
All hands. Just looking to get bat onto the ball. He has to. His head position is going to be very important. He's got to be leading towards the ball. Head and shoulders. His head is going one way. His shoulder is going the next way. Bat is going the next way.
Once again, change of angle from O.J. Shields. Looking to bring the ball back into the left-handed Joseph.
Very compact in defense there, Rivaldo Clark. His feet move in head position. Could see him peeping early. Jamaica mid-on, mid-off, 3 steps of gully. Backward point.
It's an opportunity here for the Scorpions. Rivaldo Clark early in his innings.
He doesn't flow that quickly. He's a knot still. So that must be playing in his mind. Just want to get that single to get off the mark.
Just there. That's what we're talking about. Just early in terms of in this Clark innings. Just a bit nervy. The feet not moving with that positive intent. Not quite sure which way the ball is swinging. He's a bit late on that one. Once again, good delivery from Shields. Just poking the bat outside that off stump.
3 slips waiting, including the wicketkeeper Thomas and the gully.
Shields follow it up with another good one. Just there once again. A little better from Rivaldo Clark. Kept the bat close to the body on that one. Didn't go poking.
And it's just always amazing, Mally, that even once a cricket game is taking place, it doesn't matter where. Somebody always is going to glance and stop. So on the CIU road end, somebody is pulled up. Maybe to say, I wonder what's happening there. You always get excited. Either you look for a fast bowler or a batsman playing some shot. You see somebody running off, you get excited. You want to stop and look.
There's probably a lot of people, especially when leaving the airport, thinking, there's cricket going on here. What's going on? This one's short, misses out. Short and wide from Clark. Maybe just stopped slightly, but missed out nonetheless. Good over again from O.J. Shields. Good testing stuff this from both Scorpions Pacers. The Academy pursuing 375 at 12 for 1.
And they can maybe give it their all, Mally, knowing very well that in the first session just before lunch, if they maybe come out with a plan, if we can push back the Academy, get 3-4 wickets before lunch, we can dictate the pace of the game here.
Yeah, and we know it's an academy that has struggled for runs this season. The main run scorers have come in that middle to lower order. The top order have really struggled for runs. Teddy Bishop just a 1/2 century this season. Missed out last week. Now here he is again in the wars, retired out. Or retired hurt, as they'd say. Once again, this time just testing. Becky Joseph. Ball going both ways. Yeah. Really testing stuff this for the left-hander.
He's going to have to play the ball late as possible.
Has a nice little trigger outside. Gets to that off stump area. In the end, he survives nonetheless. He's just got to fight here. He's got to absorb the pressure, Vern.
And play the ball as late as possible.
He's got to show
with good defense as well.
Yeah, the aptitude for the fight. It's not all about strokes. Well played. It's all about batting in modes, especially at this level. Recognizing the threats, match awareness. Marquino Minley. A major threat here for the Scorpions, especially with new ball in hand.
And he has to change his mindset as well to Mali, knowing that Bishop is injured. He's lost his captain, Akim Ogis. It's an opportunity for him to maybe cement himself in this batting lineup. Good positive shot. At least he was looking down the V.
Got into a good position. They did, Joseph. And I think the key to his batting, especially early in his innings, is him not looking to hit the ball too hard. He's just got to look to time the ball. Just here. Held his shape quite nicely. Angled in. Have a look at that. Good head position. Good fielding there. Good sprite stuff.
And his head position did go past his front pad, which means he was leaning into the ball. That's what you want him to do. Defense is going to be key to Minley. Good leave.
Saw that one quite early from the hand of Marquino Minley.
Yeah. Minley mixing up his pace as well too. CEO of Cricket West Indies, Chris Darren, enjoying some of the sun, getting in some vitamin C, coming out of his air-conditioned office on the terrace.
Seems like yellow is the theme today, is it?
Yeah,
Yesterday it was blue.
Blue, yeah, today's yellow. Oh, what
Inside
saved
edge,
him there?
inside edge.
What saved him there?
Possibly. Couldn't be height, could it, Vern?
Nah.
That one didn't quite get up. He's not the tallest, Mbeki Joseph.
He's just as tall as the stumps.
Round the wicket, angled in.
2 sounds.
Maybe just going past that leg stump, to be fair. Maybe hitting both pads. Good decision that from umpire Bazarat.
Yeah. He'll have to restart again. He has to think about the next one from Minley now. He's got to stay on the money.
And this is the second time, actually, that Chris Deering is CEO of West Indies Cricket, isn't he?
No, he
What was his first post?
His first post was with the Cricket World Cup.
No, before that.
Before that, he was with the West Indies?
Yeah, this isn't his first go-around. Yeah.
So who was the president when he came?
Can't remember. But
Okay.
this isn't the first time he's had a job here. I think this is his second time being the CEO. I've seen him in the past. I think he would have moved on to other things from that post.
So was he CEO before he became in charge of the World Cup?
Yes.
So he would have maybe served under Julian.
I think it would have been earlier in the 2000s. Yeah,
okay.
mid-2000s probably.
Okay.
Earlier in the 2000s. Yeah, he's played his part in terms of West Indies cricket before. It's good to see him back. Shields again. This time a bit shorter. Gives Clark the time to just adjust to that delivery. At the end of the day, you don't mind that. It's good hard length. Back of a length delivery. This is where we'd love to have a speed gun available to us. Just to know what's OJ Shields bowling at. What's his pace? It's one thing to gauge. You can say, oh, that looks quick. But
They're going to have to spend some...
top delivery again. Caught on the crease. Not quite sure whether to play or whether to leave Rivaldo Clark. It's been a problem area for him in his first class career so far. Played beautifully a couple weeks ago down in Kensington versus Barbados Pride day-night match. But here he is caught on the crease. The front foot going nowhere. Bit of swing away. Almost taking the outside edge. So good sustained accuracy this from OJ Shields.
3 slips waiting for something. Down the onside, pushes that one, just lost his radar.
It's that impatience that we talk about, looking to bowl that magic delivery. Now he's gone for the in-swinger. Think James Anderson. He'll set you up for half an hour before the in-swinger comes.
Yeah.
It's out-swinger, 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 hoping to take the outside edge. If that doesn't happen,
then
he mixes it up. But just a bit of impatience here from Shields. He's got the raw tools. You can see it. When he keeps it simple, have a look at this. Aiming for the stumps. Shot. Top edge. It's gone high. No ball called.
As well too.
So it's all happening here. They come back for 2. Oh, that would have been close as well with a more accurate throw. Aldane Thomas not quite getting to the stumps there. So sloppy cricket, sloppy out cricket as well from this Jamaica Scorpions team. Bit similar to what we saw from the West Indies Academy in that first innings.
Certainly. And game awareness is also going to be very important as well.
Have a look at this. Looking to play the pull stroke in the end. Taking that top edge, flying over the slips. No ball called nonetheless. His Shields again to Clark. Goes short, edges, just past third slip.
It's all happening here.
And this is where it's so tough for a skipper. Every now and again, Shields slips in. That straighter delivery. Here, agonizingly close to Odin Smith there. And with the way he's getting this ball to shape away from the right-hander, it couldn't hurt to get another slip in. It's got to be disciplined though, OJ Shields. It's got to be a word from John Campbell. Let's stick with the outies here. No need to try anything different. They've chosen to keep 3 slips. Gully maybe comes a bit tighter, a bit closer to third. Here he goes again. Shot, pulled, hammered, behind square for 4.
That will give him some confidence.
Can't bowl Rivaldo Clark. That played with an element of authority. Short.
Almost like Carly Best-like.
On the line of the body.
Yeah.
Kept his eye on that one, did Rivaldo.
The only thing Best will be talking every delivery.
Cheers, he's gone for 14 now. He hasn't bowled as bad as his figures suggest. 18 to be fair, with that 4. 1 delivery remaining. He's gone for back-to-back 4s. But he's been threatening. He's got to hone in on that line outside that off stump. Shot again.
He's
top edge. Will it be taken? He's gone.
He's in trouble.
Clark is gone. He chooses to go short. OJ Shields. A bit similar to what we saw from Akeem Ogis, taking the top half of the bat. And his short, eventful stay comes to an end. 2 wickets down now. And once again, the academy under the pump here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
It turned him right around. The right foot just going across the crease and not back. And trying to get fancy, more or less, leaning edge. It's back in the hut.
If anything, maybe just bounced a bit more than he expected. Couldn't quite keep it down. But he'll be disappointed with that. At this level, the kind of player he is, that's a delivery he should negotiate.
With ease.
With a level of ease, as you say, Vern. Look at this, short on that body line. I think he was mainly looking to play that post stroke first. In the end, chose not to. Took his eye off the ball.
Would say that Shields get the last laugh?
He does. He does. He went for back-to-back 4s, but it was worth it in the end. See the back of Rivaldo Clark.
Are we talking about pressure situation before lunch. Some 26 minutes to go before lunch, and already 23 for 2 with Teddy Bishop retired hurt.
Pressure. Pressure indeed.
Lane injured.
Bowling change as well. It's going to be O'Dean Smith. So Marquino Minley. Just the two. On the 3 overs here this morning.
He will most likely be the one that will have to do the donkey work.
Definitely. He plays that role as well. He's got immaculate fitness. Does Marquino Minley.
Campbell will know how important it is to have a fit Minley, especially if a partnership begins to build. You want to have somebody who's come and build that pressure.
He'll put his hand up, volunteer his services to bowl at the least favoured end as well. Marquino Minley.
Oh.
And here comes big O'Dean Smith with a real loosener.
In fact, it was a round arm loosener. Ooh. He just said, let's see if this one comes out of the hand. Ooh, that was real. Look as if he was surprised that he was coming on to bowl. That's the way how he bowled that one.
As round arm as they come there. Once again, just touching down, kissing this pitch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And there's something in this pitch, especially with these stronger, more seasoned pros hitting that deck more consistently. Good pace, good bounce, good carry through to the wicketkeeper. Once again, and Becky Joseph not quite sure what to play, what to leave. Here he is again, a bit too straight, a bit aerial, that one. Should come back for 2 comfortable runs. So it's all happening. You get that sense that a wicket could fall on every delivery now for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, they just need to settle down. They're trailed by some 350 runs. And one of their most informed batsmen for the tournament, Colin Boyne Tuckett, is on the non-strikers end looking on.
Big ask for him here again.
Yeah, well, that's why you're one of the senior pros.
Exactly.
Got to put your hand up.
That pressure of expectation. This is the thing with O'Dean Smith at this stage of his career. He does pick his battles in terms of he just goes through an over, mixes up his pace, just there, full and wide, luring Mbeki Joseph into that fast stroke.
Just leave. Leave. Winwood Islands falling away in Ghana. 206 for 8. Winwood Islands. Vasami Pomal 4 for 54 from 15 overs.
That's senior pro indeed, Vasami Pomal, back for another season. First class cricket.
And the spinners doing the damage there in Guyana. Kevin Sinclair 2 for 54. Moti 1 for 38. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed 7 North 33-1. So he's in among the wickets as over number 7 comes to an end here. 25 for 2, the West Indies Academy.
Vasami Pomal approaching 700 wickets at this first class level.
Just imagine that, eh? And at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the combined campuses and colleges, they are 10 for 1. Karen Powell is on 10 not out. Johan Jeremiah is on naught. Evelyn LBW to Alzari Joseph for 1.
Centurion, last game.
Yeah.
The Mel Evelyn.
I realize that there's no Shamar Brooks in this team, so.
We haven't seen Shamar Brooks for a while.
For a while now.
To be fair. Shields
Washington
once
was 2
again.
overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wicket. Zari Joseph to his 3rd overs, 2 maidens, no runs, 1 wicket.
Just keep an eye on proceedings there at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, especially with Kieran Powell at the crease right now.
Oh, okay. You know he's relishing.
He'll be wanting to make an impact on this 4-day season versus his former franchise team, former teammates.
Yes.
He would have been a member just last season.
He'd be thinking about that. And it's kind of unfortunate sometimes, Mali, in terms of you look at the setup, because every time Kyron has played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, in either version, be it the 50 or the 40 version, he's always scored 100. He's always been one of the batsmen that you can look for, that you know you're going to get some runs from.
I mean, let's be honest, he's one of the better players in the Caribbean, especially at this level. You look at his test career as well, the way he would have started. It suggested that this guy would have really gone on and been, he had the potential to be one of our great modern day players, to be honest. The way he burst onto the scene, Kyron Powell.
Especially when he came with, was Powell and Gale. Down the onside again, clipped away by Colin Boyne Tuckett. So every now and again, Shields just loses the plot and bowls an offline delivery.
But when you think about it, as we said yesterday, you saw that piece of Jason Mohammed still with ambitions to play Test cricket. Probably, 5 or 6 years older than a Kieran Powell.
Yeah.
These guys, it's what keeps them going in the morning. I think if you don't have intentions of achieving higher honors, you might as well pack up. You might as well afford a youngster that opportunity. This one's hammered shot from Mbeki Joseph. His best shot in about 2 weeks, to be fair. Was quick onto that one. Around the wicket from O.J. Shields. And played with a level of authority.
I see your eyes lit up when he played that shot.
Oh, yeah. It could be. This could be the start. All you need is to find the middle at least one time. Here in Becky Joseph. Let's hope this really kick-starts his innings. Moving to 13 now.
There's going to be a good contest because the fielder is trying to find the ball. And if he goes to, is he successful? Think he is.
I think he is. Looks like Javel Glenn.
Another spectator pulled up outside. Maybe enjoying that Mbeki Joseph shot.
I was just going to say, I'm not sure why Shields just chooses to go around the wicket, especially with his ability to bring the ball back in.
Patience, man. It's about just patience. Too many things you want to try. It's not white ball cricket. It's red ball cricket. Just build the pressure.
When you think of the ball just going on with that natural angle across, 3 slips and a gully, it makes him a lot more challenging a proposition. Shot. Hammered again, but this time down to fine leg. So this is where we're talking about that emotional intelligence, regulating your emotions as a fast bowler. Something we spoke about yesterday.
It's a culture, Mali.
He's choosing to go short here, especially when the ball's swinging. There's a lot of swing available to him.
Just like a culture. They just think that they have to bowl short, they have to bowl a bumper. It's just like something ingrained in them. Not understanding that if you're going to bowl a bumper, it has to be a good bumper. It makes no sense just banging the ball into the turf just because you want to bang the ball into the turf. $31 for 2.
A lot better. Maybe he seems a little more comfortable bowling to the right-handers here. O.J. Shields, 29 years old now, the end of his 4th. 31 for 2. Remember Teddy Bishop back in the dressing room there, nursing an injury. Retired, hurt for 4.
Lane carrying a slight ankle injury, so he would not be in the conversation. Trinidad and Tobago 237 for 7. Grenada Island Volcanoes, they're falling away badly. 211 for 9. Karen Powell has gone to 16, 2 fours and 1 6. So he's really taking a liking to O'Shane Thomas. Kyron Powell. Two no balls already by O'Shane Thomas. So the bug is continuing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as well. 31 for 2. Here goes Odean Smith. Round the wicket. Ken, big heave there from Mbeki Joseph. Just leave the ball and your opening batsman, let the bowler come to you. No need for you to be going to the bowler. Could somebody tell who's that run on the field? Karim? Oh my. Ken, playing on the line there.
That was an absolute peach. From my vantage point, I'm directly behind the stumps here at the pavilion end. And that was a peach of a delivery from around the wicket, angled in. Perfect length, lured him into that stroke. Just went away upon touching down. And Joseph once again having problems outside that off stump. Especially batting in the top 3.
Worked into the onside.
In fact, that one just angled in. Continued going on with that angle. Inside half to Joseph. Goes to 15. At least he's still fighting. Just needs to soak up this pressure. Does the young Trinidadian.
Grenada Islands 211 for 9. Back of the length delivery. Played by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Trying to figure out who that person who walked across the field. I thought they had a message, you know, coming back around. Or they were. Also, he went to alert them. He did a good job. Next time he'll walk around the. You just never know. Almost for a moment thought we were down at Rising Sun. A cricket game will be going on and people just decide that they're going to walk through the field.
Or more like the old St. John's Field where that white elephant of a parking lot is now.
Yeah.
Next to the East Bus Station.
Never seen him there.
Changing bowling. It's Jermaine Blackwood with a bit of seam. We saw him bowl a bit of off spin earlier in the season, but here he is. Jermaine Blackwood.
Seam up?
Yes, a bit of seam up. Looking quite skiddy. Interesting decision this.
It's interesting, Mali. He's bowled some 48 overs, 16 maidens, 5 runs, 5 wickets, 114, best of 3 for 27. for the season.
Yeah, when we saw him here versus
He did bowl some off spin.
some off spin versus Leeward Islands at the Swimming Richards Stadium, but maybe they think he can make a bit more use of this new ball than we've seen Shields, especially recently, hammering the ball in, looking for a bit of a fuller length. Jermaine Blackwood.
If he's going to bowl that pace, Mally, then Thomas needs to step up because the ball is certainly dying. In fact, he can come up to the stump.
About 10 minutes or so to lunch.
Maybe they're trying to buy a wicket here before lunch. He might have the golden arm, Blackwood.
He's already gotten Joseph to play and miss. Just has to see himself to lunch here, Joseph. He's got a lot of talent, this young man. He's just got to find his mode of batting at this level.
Well, he's approaching batting 1 hour, so that's the first hurdle.
We take it in increments.
Right.
It's incremental improvements, right? Full, whipped away, down the hill.
He likes
That
it
will
there.
get to the boundary. He does like it through the onside, does Mbeki Joseph.
He likes it there.
His third boundary on the leg side today. 2 off the front foot.
And that happens because of his bottom hand. He just
There whips it away
yeah.
quite well. Held his shape, kept it all along the ground. So into the 20s, no, just 19. One delivery remaining here for Blackwood.
Windward Islands bowled for 213 in Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago 241 for 7. Over completed by Blackwood. He's done his job. 10 overs bowled. West Indies Academy there 36 for 2. So Moti finished with 3 for 44. For Sammy Pumal 4 for 55. And Kevin Sinclair 2 for 54. So 9 wickets between the spinners. Kimopol, who's also playing in this game, bowled 5 overs, no maiden, 18 runs, no wicket. No Isaiah Thorne.
It's good to see Kimo Paul back. He's had his injury issues, hasn't he? Over the past couple of seasons.
Tejan Chandapal out with an injury as well.
So opportunities for some less fancied players in that Guyana franchise.
I think competition for places.
Well, if Tage isn't playing, it'll be an opportunity for someone.
Perez is in the team.
Exactly.
And you know he's a live wire
Well,
in the field
he hasn't been live enough for me, to be honest.
in terms of his batting.
Yeah, he's threatened. Raymond Perez, he's quite stylish, isn't he?
He is.
Looks a good player.
Macho Nando is under some pressure as well too. Amir Django is back in the hut for 56. So Trinidad and Tobago 242 for 7. And with yeah, just about that.
30 something.
Joshua James just gone back LBW to Holder for 10. So the wickets there, Jason Holder 4 for 51 from 21. It really must be a spin of pace wicket, Mali, because Warrican has only bowled 1 over in the game. 1 for 11.
Well, based on the look, it a lot of green grass on that pitch at Kensington.
Yeah. They've used 7 bowlers. Wickham, 1 knot, 4 knot. Chase, 1 knot, 7 knots. So it's all pace.
Yeah, but that game isn't over.
No, it's not going to be. It's going to be a good game.
By a long way. Barbados can knock over Trinidad and Tobago here and bat. And at least that batting lineup, that much hyped batting lineup, could live up to that hype in the second innings.
And it should live up. 2 songs again. He's going to have to be careful. He's rushing it. He just needs to take his time, look at the time, ask the umpire how much time to go. 6 minutes to go before lunch.
Yeah, he's got to look to present a full face more often than
Yeah,
not.
he was looking to go through the mid-wicket area there simply because he remembered the boundary that he scored of a Blackfoot in the previous over. Keep looking up the V. Over completed. Umpire Bassarat just looking there to see how close Odin Smith has been getting to the line.
So he started well, did, in terms of, had an encouraging start in Becky Joseph to his first-class career. Versus the Leeward Islands, scored 42 and 43, not out. But since then, he's had scores of 0, 34, 11, 13, 3, 14. He's on 19 here from 38 deliveries. He's just got to see himself through to lunch. Blackwood again for a second. Slightly perplexing, considering that Marquino Minley only bowled 3 overs to start.
You certainly come back out after lunch and you pick an end. Tuckett driving up to the offside. Getting a comfortable single. Good positive shot there by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Low center of gravity. He's gone to 3. Now brings in Becky Joseph with 4 minutes to go before lunch. And he cannot afford to get reckless. He has to be mindful of that.
Slight contrast here in Becky Joseph. Colin Bowen Tuckett. He's just bumped that average up to 31, just above 31, 31.72 to be exact. Scored his maiden 100 just a couple weeks ago down in Barbados in that day-night encounter. 103 50s in his career so far in 15 matches. Had a bit of a slow start to his career as well, but he's really kicked on in the last 12 months or so.
For a well-run single there by Becky Joseph to mid-on. So at least Becky Joseph would have learned something from looking at John Campbell in terms of the rotation of strike to get the singles. 39 for 2. Colin Boyne Tuckett comes back into strike. Joseph 20. Pleading Mali. I see everybody's getting uniform. I'd like the crew here at Coolidge also to get some uniforms as well too. So I hope somebody's listening so they can sort them out.
Everybody who?
39 for 2.
Who are you speaking about?
You sound like Billy Joe.
No,
Talking about the ground staff.
yeah, you want the ground staff to get uniforms.
Yes,
But I was asking, like, if you see everybody get the uniforms, everybody who?
No, we're
I was
talking
just
about the
asking.
staff of
Oh,
the-
okay. Like, like
that's-
yesterday saw the theme of
Yes,
blue,
yes,
today's
yes.
yellow. Okay,
So,
yes,
yes.
I'm with you. I just want to be
Yeah,
specific.
I know you're with me. That's the good thing about having a conversation. You're with me. So somebody please remember the ground staff will do an excellent job here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground 7 days a week, constantly.
To be honest, I think they should have their own uniforms.
That's what I'm
As
saying.
in their own ground staff. You know what I mean? Like, well kitted CCG,
You have to.
CWI.
I'm pleading for them. Really, please. They need to be sorted out. 39 for 2.
Right?
This could be the last over before lunch.
I see the cameraman just keeping an eye on the ground staff there.
And I think not just only here, Mali,
Around
the region. Because the games are being beamed all around the world. We need to organize them. We need to make them feel professional, make them feel part of the system.
Oh, peach. And that's what I mean from O'Dean Smith. He picks his battles. This one, he chooses to hit the deck. Have a look at this. This one really reared off a length. Outside that off stump. Off a good length. Strong guy, big shoulders.
And there was no round arm in that delivery. Off the top.
It's so frustrating to watch at times, O'Dean Smith, because you know the potential of what he could be.
Yeah.
As we say, if he's at peak fitness, being able to run in maximum intensity every delivery. He's got a good bumper as well. We saw what he was like in that first innings with the bat, with that cameo of an innings, a swashbuckling half-century.
Scored 51 or 55 balls, 57 minutes, 3 fours and 4 sixes.
4 massive sixes.
Yeah. 35 dot balls.
In the end,
So,
went
as
for
you rightly
1-6
said,
too many.
Yeah, he just waited his time, had a look, and then came out blazing.
It's my fault, to be honest. I just said that O'Dean Smith could miss hit sixes here at the CCG.
Well, I think
The
we
next
call it.
delivery, he miss hit. Hold out to Kelvin Pittman at long on. Once
Aye.
again, another batter getting square, being hit in the goalies.
Aye.
He's down for the count. This is a delayed pain as well.
Yeah.
It's going to intensify the more time goes on.
To make sure that is lunch.
He's saying he's okay. He's saying he's okay. He's asked for the physio to not come out, so he's showing a bit of fight here.
How many deliveries to go in this over? 1 delivery. So he knows for sure that this is going to be lunch.
I don't think he quite got hit in that box region because he was up quickly. It's more on the thigh, on that left hip area.
Can he survive?
1 delivery to go. Wide.
He does.
Looked to play, but in the end just withdrew the bat at the last second. The end of what was a very eventful session of play. Jamaica Scorpions bowled out for 375 off the 92.2 overs. John Campbell 101, Javel Glenn 68 and O'Dean Smith 55. Jediah Blades, the pick of the bowlers for the Academy, 4 for 64. The Academy have lost 2 wickets. Teddy Bishop as well. He's retired hurt for 4. The Academy go into lunch 39 for 2. O.J. Shields and Marquino Minley picking up a wicket apiece for the Jamaica Scorpions. Join us in roughly 35 minutes or so for the resumption of the West Indies Academy's innings. 39 for 2 after 13.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of 4 innings points in drawn matches. We are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Headley Weeks trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. 2 men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kimar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kimar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, in terms of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kimar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kimar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing so long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kimar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kimar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them, so it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kimar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie, so that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other, and I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your court.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always said people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. They have good respect, have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in the dressing room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're gonna transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm gonna quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
Figured that much.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know this one.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Roach. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia
1984.
caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about it order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
I think it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
Got you, man. But you still play. You can
He has 16. And he's right up and
right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge 6. That's gone. That's a gigantic 6. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong fade pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back Test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the 4 came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main 4, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main 4 is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the
that.
4 of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all 4 of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, we have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, you know, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I'd stop at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in him. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's a wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
He knows what the people have been saying about him, and he has really silenced everyone with that.
Age is truly just a number.
This has been a flawless knock from Jason Mohammed. He's been methodical and calculating.
He has really shown relentless perseverance in reading the game.
Over the last 5 to 6 years, I think I've really worked hard in terms of my fitness and batting, so to speak, in the nets. As you said before, I think there's one thing I really want to accomplish is playing Test cricket. Not sure if it's going to happen or not, but I know this will be obviously my last opportunity. I think in the past, knowing I wanted to play Test cricket so much, even at a younger age, just wanted to play for West Indies. I think I put a little bit too much pressure on myself of thinking about the outcome and what is going to happen after the season and if I'm going to be on a West Indies Test team or not, rather than now knowing that, hey, this is your last opportunity, just go out there, enjoy yourself, express yourself. Although there's a lot of talk going around about my age and stuff, I think as a sportsman, as a cricketer, I think once you are fit and once you are performing, I think that's the main asset of playing cricket and playing international cricket for West Indies. So I think just having a clear mind and just trying to enjoy my cricket and just working on the things that I need to work on in order to produce the runs. Obviously looking to score at the end of the day is most important. That's something now I've changed a little bit more this year in the 4-day tournament. I think I'm looking to score rather than just bat time as well. So I think that's something has really helped me and it's working really well this far. I had set some really goals for myself, some really big goals, and I think I know I had was to get a couple big 100 in order to get there. So in the past, if I was to get to 100, I would relax a little bit or just try go all out attack rather than now knowing that I have to score big runs in order to achieve what I want. You know, I sort of really just start over after I get into 100. Myself, I just want to be remembered for someone who has really worked hard. Obviously, I've gone through a lot of difficult times in first-class cricket and in my career, but you know, I've never given up. Some people might have, and then with everything else happening with age and everything, I know a lot of people would have walked away. So I just want to be remembered for someone who was strong mentally and always had the love and the passion for the game and always worked hard to achieve whatever I think I wanted to achieve in this game. To play Test cricket is the ultimate for international cricket. Doesn't matter at what age, if it was to happen, it will obviously be a very proud moment in my life and for my family life. I think I'll put it down as my best moment at international cricket if it was to happen. As I said before, this game demands so much from you and you feel a lot more than you perform, especially as a batsman. I think at certain periods of time when things wasn't going my way, even self when I was doing well and wasn't being selected for certain times at West Indies cricket, I think I would have walked away, but I'm grateful that I have a very strong family background, especially for my parents who have supported me from day one. And being married 10 or 11 years now, my wife has really been a strong part in my career as well. You know, she's someone who has always motivated me and said, hey, let's look forward and look forward for doing great things. And I think they are the main reason why I'm still here and while I'm still performing. And now is my time sort of much to give back to them, to say, hey, I'm grateful and thankful for the support that you guys have given me over the last couple of years.
Well, after a hearty lunch on day 2, it's time for the cricket action here at this, not Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, because they're also walking back out at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as well as we look at the screens. But we are here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. And at lunch, the West Indies Academy, they are 39 for 2. 13 overs been bowled by the Jamaica Scorpions. And this is in reply to Jamaica's who were bowled over 375 in 92.2 overs, 45 boundaries, 8 sixes, 101 singles, 15 twos, 1 3, 388 dot balls, 401 minutes. And I don't have to tell you anymore, but the captain, Johnny Campbell, scored his 8th first-class 100. And then we had 3 half-centuries, Smith, Barnes, and Glenn. It's now down to Marquino Minley and his team to try and get another 8 wickets to capture first innings first. And it is also now down to the academy team to try and get another 336 runs for first innings. So evenly matched. And as you always know, ability is what you are capable of doing. Motivation determines what you do, and attitude determines how well you do it. That has to be the mindset of Tuckett and Joseph. First delivery. Marquino Minley coming out after the luncheon break, and he has already picked his end. This morning he was visualizing where he was going to bowl. He started first from the CIU end. He's now coming in from the media center in here. And early o'clock, John Campbell has restricted his slip cordon to 2. So it's 2 slips a gully. Backward point to cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. So more or less a balanced feel in the context. Six-3 feel. A fly maybe just seemed to have got into the eye of Marquino Minley. Somebody's bringing out a bottle of water very quickly to maybe just wash his face. I think they forgot the towel. That is important. Spring is here. And so too the flies and the mosquitoes, keeping us a little busy in our common tribute. So despite it being cold, we also have some moving ones lurking around in the commentary booth. I think trying to escape. We're back with the cricket. All is good. And Minley on the money again. Moving now to bowl to Callum Boy and Tuckett. Isn't to Tuckett pitched up. Tuckett is on driving up to Glenn. Tumbling save by Glenn. And Tuckett remains on 3. Joseph was not faced any deliveries after lunch. He's on 20. Over in Guyana at the National Providence Stadium, Windward Islands bowled over for 213 in 61.5 overs. Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados at Kensington Oval. Trinidad and Tobago 250 for 7. Leave by Callum Boy and Tuckett at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Leeward Islands Hurricanes bowled over 425 in 98.5 overs. And the combined campuses and colleges, they, in a nutshell, they're 35 for 1. Callum Boy and Tuckett. Immaculate of concentration coming forward there to Marquino Minley delivery. After this is a small break. Then we get ready for Cricket West Indies Under 15 Championship, which will be held in Antigua and Barbuda. So the Ghana squad announced for the championship, 13th to the 24th of April, 2025. Tuckett off drive, driving sweetly. Just like to see him stay over there and look to find the gap. Sounded good coming off of the bat, but they really want him to just lean into it. More look like a Lawrence throw and look to find the gap. Jamaica Reggae fraternity lost earlier in the week. One of their reggae stars, Coco T. Again, Tuckett playing around the delivery there, leaning edge again. Gonna have to be very careful. They need to play the ball as straight as possible. This is still a brand new Jukes ball, and it is 14 overs old. Tuckett lucky to get away with that. Got 2 runs in the process. So at the end of over number 14, West Indies Academy, in reply to Jamaica Scorpions 375 all out, they're 41 for 2. John Campbell just having a discussion with Odin Smith. This is still a good batting track here. Jamaica scored 375, and so Campbell knows that Tuckett has already scored a first class 100 for the season along with a half century. We want to keep him in check. Here goes Odin Smith. Round the wicket. He just helps that one. Big save there by Glenn. And there's some hesitation in the end between the running between Tuckett and Joseph. They got 2 quite easily. Colin Boyne Tuckett coming into this game with 235 runs. He's batted for 557 minutes, 412 balls faced in the tournament. High score of 103 not out against Barbados at Kensington Oval. He's got 1 half century to complement that. Joshua Bishop, 280 runs, 437 minutes, 421 balls, 126 century and 2 half centuries. Here is Joseph on top of the delivery, steering it down to backward point. Rivaldo Clark, who's already back in the hut, came into this game, 189 runs, 467 minutes, 318 balls, high score of 78. Also at Kensington Oval. And O'Geese scored naught. He came in with 162 runs, 533 minutes, 319 balls, high score of 49 in the last game against Trinidad and Tobago. And Becky Joseph defense. Toiling day here for bowlers. One thing for sure, you have to keep working. Nothing is going to come easy. Bowlers have to land the ball in the right area. And Becky Joseph just pulled out where as Odin Smith was on his way coming in. Umpire is now saying to Mbeki Joseph, I gave clearance to the bowler. You've got to pay attention in terms of call play. Ball rushing him into his tie pad. We'll pick up a leg by here. Umpire Bassarat will signal now on his right leg. The score in the meantime goes up to 44 for 2. Joseph remains on 23. It now brings Colin Boyne Tuckett on 5 into strike. One of the greatest players the world has ever seen in football, Lionel Messi and his team, will be playing at the stadium tonight in Jamaica. The CONCACAF Confederations Club Championship. Lionel Messi from Argentina, arrival into Jamaica yesterday, was presented with a Bob Marley shirt. So amazing. Bob Marley still not named the national hero of Jamaica. Good leave again by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Talking point that has been going on for some years now. Over completed. 15 overs bowled, 44 for 2. The West Indies Academy. To the point that that question was posed to the legendary Usain Bolt. And Bolt said he's not even thinking about it because he knows that he would not get that while he's alive. And he made reference to Bob Marley still not being named as a national hero of Jamaica. Kind of bemuses me how that is possible. But stranger things have happened in life. Just like here in Antigua and Barbuda, we still can't see the elevation of Dr. Sir Maclean Emmanuel King Shortshirt to be elevated as a national hero as well. We'll be back with the cricket action. One day, Minley might become national hero of Jamaica. Delivery which touchdown. A lot of business and meetings taking place also in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. Joseph defending another delivery. Here goes Minley to bowl to Mbeki Joseph. Good leave, good carry. Still a lot of... This is really the active sports time in the Caribbean. Carifta Games coming up in Trinidad and Tobago. And also the Carifta Swimming Championship. So Easter is going to be very busy. You have a lot of the social groups in the Caribbean who will be moving around. Customs and excise. A lot of the sporting organizations will be moving around. You also have St. Patrick's Festival coming up this weekend in Montserrat, Emerald Isle. A lot of folks have come in for that festival. Again, another delivery touching down. But Joseph will say he left that. We just understand that Karen Powell got out for 25. Combined campuses and colleges, they're now 37 for 3. Here is a ball which is squeezed away down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. Will give some confidence to the man himself. Mr. Joseph. And the score in the meantime goes up to 48. We'll just wait for a while. Yes, goes up to 48 for 2. $52 for 2. 52. So, massive pull shot there from Callum Boyne Tuckett, bringing up the 50 for the West Indies Academy. You know, go up to 52 for 2, or 16.1 overs. Callum Boyne Tuckett goes to 9, waits for Odin Smith delivery. He's backing across, no ball bowled by Smith. So the no ball bug continues. Yeah, a no ball ball, so the score should be here is Tuckett. Just backing across and just working it into the leg side area. And getting an easy single. Score in the meantime goes up to 56 for 2. Callum Boyne Tuckett goes to 12. It now brings in Becky Joseph, the left-hander, into strike. Wide delivery. That took off. I had some pace on it. And just for a moment, Jermaine Blackwood had to scurry out of the way. It's pretty close there. I just think Alden Thomas, the first and the slip on the wicketkeeper, almost nearly collided there. Defends another delivery, so over completed. 8 runs out of the over, including the no ball. The end of 17. West Indies Academy there, 56 for 2. Delivery from Minley down the onside. And Thomas skipping across. The back of us here at the VZ Bird International Airport. The Layat flight taking off. Layat traveling almost all of the Caribbean countries, including Trinidad, Jamaica, Guyana, Dominica, St. Kitts, St. Vincent, BVI, they're 2020. But here we have Minley 2020 flying from the media center end. Delivery keeping low, but Colin Boyne tuck it. Coming across his off stump and defending with his top hand. Academy trailed by some 319 runs. Played in the gap, past the gully fielder, and down to the boundary for 4. Was he in the right position is the big question that is going to be asked. Was he too close? Fielder gully still on the ground. Hasn't got up as yet. Hope he has not injured himself. Everything seems to be okay. Good leave again by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Looking very accomplished. Joseph 26 from 58. Colin Boyne Tuckett 16 from 31. The partnership is 37 from 72 deliveries. So as the late Mighty Arrow would say out of Montserrat, it's rebuilding time for the academy. Very important. So over comes to an end. The end of 18. West Indies Academy, they are 60 for 2. They're trailed by some 315 runs. Joseph has certainly hit his straps at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 7 runs, 3 wickets. He's already sent back Paris, Evelyn and Powell. Roger Shields switch from the media center end to now the CIU road end. 2 slips, a gully. Backward point, cover, mid on, mid off. Square leg on the right side of the umpire, Nigel Duguid. The lone man on the fine leg boundary. Jamaica looking for more success. Here goes Shields. What shot is that Mbeki Joseph is trying to play? Just needs to stand up and bat. Trying to hoik a ball from outside the line of the off stump over into the leg side area. Couldn't understand what got up into his head there at all. Mbeki Joseph. Look as if he's operated as if he's had enough. Reach his top score. Gotta keep batting, gotta grind, you gotta understand the game awareness, what's in front of you. Dig deep. It's a sunny day. Stand up and bat. Time he leaves this alone. I think it all boils down to the patience of the young cricketers. Have to be patient. Have to graph. Every day is not a shot. If he maybe had a look at how John Campbell went about his innings. Yes, he tried a couple of things, but he applied himself, dug in. He's got to start here. Mbeki Joseph, he's faced 60 deliveries already. He's going to have to keep batting. Just bat. Driving again loosely. Just getting bored. Colin Boyne Tuckett just coming down and saying, come on, just take it easy. It took us such a long time before we could bowl out Jamaica. Why do you want to just come and just give somebody your wicket? Keep batting. Let the bowler come to you. You don't be going searching for the ball. Let the ball come to you. 60 for 2. Cracking that. Big save at cover. Brandon King just coming across there, cover and cutting off that. Was cracked hard. But King, experience. John Campbell, they've worked out the angles. And he saved 4 runs there. When Mbeki Joseph has to still keep batting. Didn't get a boundary there, but he's still there. This time he leaves that delivery. So has good temperament. Overcomes turn in a maiden by Shields. And the score at the end of 19, 60 for 2. Tuckett is on 16, Joseph 26. Tuckett will be facing up to this delivery. Lack of breeze here at this the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The flag's just waiting. Flag of Cricket West Indies, Jamaica and Antigua and Barbuda. Just waiting for some breeze just to lift them up. You've been appealing, lift me up. But it's just, breeze is so still. Very hot day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Here goes Minley, number 29 on his back. The ball to Colin Boyne Tuckett wearing the number 10. It's back and across and defends. Defends nicely. Up the V. Turns again Minley. Goes past umpire Nigel Duguid. Tuckett is back and turning this into the mid-wicket area. Shy there. But the non-strikers in, as in Becky Joseph was maybe just backing up too far. Two slips. Gully. Backward point. Cover. Mid-on. Mid-off. Wide. Deep mid-wicket. Or short mid-wicket, more or less. Carry through. I even feel that Alden Thomas can take a step up. He's maybe just made that slight step up adjustment. Because Minnie really not much pace there coming through. Good afternoon, Mali.
Afternoon, Ben. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a period here of rebuilding for the West Indies Academy. No wickets post lunch.
In swinger, and Tuckett played it late into the onside, picked up an easy single. Every now and again, Mali and Becky Joseph plays a rash shot, loses his concentration, as if like he's trying to get out.
Yeah, it's something we spoke about in that first session. Him still working out the art of building an innings here in first-class cricket. As he said, he's played and missed. His shot selection has left a lot to be desired at times. But still in here for his team, fighting away. Just there again, not sure whether to play, whether to leave. Indecisive from the young man.
I just prefer, Mali, to see batsmen defend the ball. When they're looking to leave, if you get in line, defend the ball. You can't do both. It's one or the other. Ken missed out there. Lost his head falling over there. Ball pitched mid and leg, and he's Ken looking to go for maximum. Just needed to get back onto the ball there. Over completed.
Yeah, this one around the wicket from Marquino Minley, pitched up. As you said, maybe just looking to hit that a bit square. Missing out on the runs there, and Becky Joseph. Conditions still very good for batting. Can't be stressed enough. Still a long way behind that first innings total of 375 posted by the Scorpions. Callum Bowen Tuckett, he has looked pretty assured. 17 from 36. And just what they would have wanted was a partnership.
Good leave, good carry.
Just touching down on outside that off stump. OJ Shields almost Sri Sant looking like in his action. Arms everywhere. Gets a lot of outswing to the right-handed batters. Have a look at that. He can just hone in on that area, OJ Shields. Just before lunch, we were speaking about him. He just played 13 matches. He's 29 years old now. So very inexperienced at this first class level, though he's 29. Shows you his cricketing age is somewhat different from his actual age in terms of his development.
Seem to have had some injury which has also plagued him as well too during that process. And as a fast bowler, you would tend to have some niggles. The recovery time is sometimes the problem, how long you take to recover. Yeah, he's Tuckett on top of that. And just playing it down to the backward point fielder.
I think he's actually relishing bowling from the CIU road end O.J. Shields.
Certainly getting some disconcerted bounce as well too. Landing the ball in the almost right area. Rain has halted play in Guyana for the second day. Trinidad and Tobago 263 all out. I think we have a game on there in that contest.
Yeah, with a lot of time left in that match.
Certainly. And that was simply because Barbados was dismissed for 82 in 26.2 overs.
86, I think. 82.
Yeah, 86.
Yeah. Gone a long way to set them back in terms of this match. But if they can put in a batting performance here, they'll have to score 400 plus here in the second innings.
Easily.
To give themselves a chance.
And with Kerry Peer bowling very well. Don't know what's going to happen, but it doesn't sound like it's a spin-friendly wicket. Here is Tuckett on top of there, staring this fast backward point. We'll get a couple of runs.
Went extra wide on the crease there, did O.J. Shields.
Good balance on that shot there from Callum Bowen Tuckett. Didn't try to overhit it. As we look at the replay there. Right foot, back, and punched it sweet.
He's got to be pitching him up. He's got two slips there waiting for that outside edge. Just there. Well played from the young wicketkeeper batter. Solid defense right behind that one. Good delivery to end from O.J. Shields. Just two from the over. 63 for two.
Yeah, in terms of local cricket in Antigua and Barbuda, the standings looking pretty amazing, Mali. PIC Liberta Blackhawks on 63 points. New Winchops Lions 57. Empire Nation, your club, 48. All Saints, they're in the conversation too, 48. Jennings Tigers 40. And then we come down the line. Pigot Squashers 26. Rising Suns 21. Bowl and Blasters 12. Bethesda Golden Eagles 9. And the school team, they're on 6 points. With 3 rounds of matches still to go.
Yeah, still a long way to go here in domestic cricket in Antigua.
Coming up on the weekend, All Saints will take on Jennings in Jennings. Rising Suns will host Empire Nation. Pigots will host Bowl and Blasters. New Winchops will take on, this is a big one, PIC Liberta Blackhawks. That's going to be a big one. I wonder if Kadim is playing in that. And at Factory, schools will be home to Golden Eagles, Bethesda.
Yeah, top of the table clash that, Liberta and New Winthrops. I think that will be taking place at the New Winthrops ground.
And they've certainly done some work over there, Mali, in terms of the wicket.
They're calling it Perth.
Yeah, it's
here in Antigua.
It's been pretty fast here. And Becky Jobs is just smacking that tennis ball like smack, like a left-hander. Just smacked it through cover for 4.
Yeah, almost flat batted that through the offside. Had to get up on his toes. Have a look at that. Got as tall as he possibly could. And free hit really for him. Short, wide outside that off stump. Dean Smith.
Switch from the CIA road end now to the major center end. And he hammered that. That's gone all the way for 6, Mali. That's what he wanted all day.
Yeah, it's the most confident we've seen him play is off that back foot, especially playing that pull shot. He's onto it quickly. Once again, I think his first 6 pulled away. That one before lunch was all along the ground and got on top. Didn't try to hit this one down though from Odin Smith. He's played 2 very, very good strokes here. Back to back, and he's beaten. So
that's because of the line.
And the length, to be fair, is not the strongest off that front foot. Becky Joseph.
Yeah, because he sits back on the back foot because he's looking for power, really.
In the end, that front foot really goes nowhere.
And that's simply because he's got to be leading with his head and his shoulders, but he's always looking to play square the wicket, more or less, because he likes to pull, likes to cut.
Yeah. He's been beaten on quite a few occasions outside that off stump, as in Becky today.
And simply because the hands are going, really. He's not leading with his head and his shoulders, really. He's just looking for anything fraction short, anything within his arc.
He's on 36 from 70 now. He's still at the crease. He's finding a way at this stage.
On drive, picking up an easy single. Good run in. Good call by Joseph. As he hit that, he took off. He said yes. And Tuckett responded.
So far, Dean Smith's taking him a bit of time to really adjust to this changing ends. Seems to be struggling slightly. Looked a lot more rhythmical coming from the CIU road end.
11 off the over already.
50 partnership up. 51 from 96 deliveries. Just what the doctor would have ordered if you're a West Indies Academy supporter.
And partnerships are going to be very important if the academy is going to get close to this total. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 22, West Indies Academy is 74 for 2.
And that was an over, real military medium from Odin Smith.
He just showed how not comfortable he is bowling from the major center.
His pace was really down in that over. And
It's almost like going uphill.
Yeah, you could tell the way Mbeki jumped on those deliveries. Two really short deliveries, no pace. Kind of sat up and asked to be hit. And the young left-hander obliged. Brings spin into the attack, Javar Royal, for his first spell in this match.
So if we pay attention to what has happened so far, Javar Royal has played some 3 games, bowled 93 overs, 22 maidens, 5 wickets, 261 runs. He will really be below par Marley. His best figures so far for the season have been 2 for 81. Coach Robert Haynes would certainly want him to register, get some wickets. The lone man at slip is the captain, John Campbell. Royal start from the CIUN. The P for a leg before. And Becky Joseph will have to understand. You have to play the ball with your bat. It's going to be very important. If I was John Campbell, I'll get a silly point in front of him. Doesn't seem comfortable. Flatter faster down the onside.
As you said, Vern, just the 5 wickets in the 3 matches for Javar Royal. It's been more consistent in the white ball formats, or the list A and T20s.
I think when you look at Tamara Redwood's game so far, Marley, from 4 matches, 85.5 overs, 7 maidens, 12 wickets, 404 runs, best of 7 for 72. So this management team to make a decision to play Royal ahead of Redwood, he's got to back them. Now, is this gone?
6 more.
It's gone all the way. Over long off for 6.
One thing about Mbeki Joseph, if he thinks he can hit it, just there, going down the ground, wielding that long blade, slightly overpitched from Javar Royal. No real turn, not looking to put any revs on that ball, floated out. And then Becky Joseph into the 40s now. His career best, tying his career best at this stage, 43 from 75.
It's gone a long way, Mali. I wonder if it's gone over the fence.
I think it did just bounce over that fence there at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Because the fielder, he's got to get his jumping skills on. Or they're trying to maybe get somebody Attention.
Passerby, possibly.
Yeah, oh yeah, somebody in a white Vitz has decided to come out to assist them. So, thank you very much, sir. You saved the day.
Not too often you thank the Vitz and the fit drivers here in Antigua, but thank you on this occasion.
And it's a white one too, so please, nobody go searching around.
We call them the national cars of Antigua at this stage.
Oh, yeah.
Toyota Vitz and the Honda Fit.
Oh, I have a Vitz.
Yeah, it used to be the market. every few years.
Something evolves.
Yeah. Before it was the MR2. Toyota Starlets, if you know about that. Turbo Starlets. Joseph tying his career best here with that 6.
Goes to 43 now from 75. He's done all the hard work. He has to keep going. Believe. Worked away down the onside. Blackwood comes off of the boundary and they get a very quiet single in the process.
Yeah, that man Brandon King just around the corner there for the left-hander. Just for that stroke indeed. When the left-hander just gets back, looks to work one into the onside. That leg slip catching position for the right-hander. Goes into that 45. Short, fine leg. Floaty stuff this from Royal in that first over. He's got to look to really turn the ball here to get something out of this pitch. End of his first. 23 overs bowled now by the Jamaica Scorpions. West Indies Academy are 81 for 2.
And when we saw him Mali at the Sullivan Richards Stadium against the Leeward Islands, he really didn't look penetrative at all. Redwood looked more dangerous, and as if he was the one who was in a position to get a wicket. But Blackwood, will he continue bowling medium pace? Yeah. So here we go. Blackwood. Straight away, Odin Smith was pulled out of the attack. He really looked like he wasn't up for the task, or maybe not comfortable from bowling from this end, and he did show that to John Campbell. Now they've gone for Jermaine Blackwood, who starts his third over. Starts with a wide delivery. It's going further and further away from Mbeki Joseph. Talking to himself as he walks away into the square leg area. If he looks on the scoreboard, he knows that he will be 44.
It may not prove costly in this match for the Jamaica Scorpions, but just looking at their bowling lineup, just seems to be short of something. Missing something.
Yeah, a spinner.
Even in the pace department. Do you think
that is true?
Is here. Haven't seen him bowl too much medium pace. Here he is. The ball only 23 overs old. Hunting wickets. I'm not sure he's your best option in terms of picking up a wicket. He may end up doing so.
The bowler who I was speaking to you about, Mali, was Gordon Bryan. I think got injured after the first game. So he's been out.
Yeah, and he's a decent lower order batsman as well. This one's driven away through the covers.
4-4.
Rapid outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So Joseph now finding a bit of fluency, getting into a good position, good flourish on that extra cover drive. Moves him just 2 away from a maiden first class half century. 48 from 79. He's just picking up his scoring rate as well. As we said, that finding that fluency here at the CCG. Good decision to allow that through to the wicketkeeper.
And I guess in your preparation and some of the matches that you play, again, him coming out of the white ball setup, maybe not a lot of red ball cricket being played in Trinidad and Tobago at this time. Is either, T20 or T10. So he'll have to make that adjustment. but he's showing like he's learning on the job as compared to what we saw in the first against Trinidad and Tobago. He's looked a lot more assured here.
Also, what's happened today as well, he's had that element of luck. Maybe that has just escaped him on his previous innings today. He's played quite a few loose strokes, but luckily for him, hasn't led to his downfall, and he's gotten over that period. Now he's looking a bit more settled at the crease.
Every now and again, he always gives you that glimmer of hope that he can get out there. And I think he's the kind of player that he likes bat onto ball. He likes to be scoring. He feels bored if he's not scoring.
You're right. He's the kind of player that, from an opposition perspective, kind of keeps you interested. You think you're always in with a chance. It's going to be Royal back for his second. He needs to find something here for the Scorpions, though. As he said, probably playing the position or the role of lead spinner in this Scorpions lineup. Brad Barnes as well in the hutch. He's got a 6 for this season.
Yeah, 103.4 overs, got 9 wickets, 323 runs, 6 for 94. It's 17 maidens.
This one's high, top edged. King going back. It's gonna just evade him. Maybe looking to hit that a little too hard, Callum Bowen Tuckett. He was there.
Yeah.
He's quick on those. He's a sharp man.
Looking to go for maximum there.
Does turn good length deliveries into sharp bars against the spinners when he's playing well. Tends to use the crease.
So they're putting some pressure, Mali, on Joseph. Slip, leg slip, short leg, poking at that one. Plays up to the short mid wicket.
That's what I mean. It's the type of player that just keeps an opposition interested. Whereas Bowen Tuckett's a little more sure, they're slightly more defensive to him.
Oh yes, boy. Put everything on it, man.
I think this is going to be a good contest here. If Royal could just get one to just pitch into the right area. Bunks.
He's sweating on a slug sweep, you can tell. You can tell just there.
It's gone all the way, Mali. It wasn't a slug sweep, Mali. It was hit over long on. His first class half century, Mali, and what a knock. It came off 84 balls, 6 fours and 3 sixes.
That's the thing. Not necessarily where it goes determines what the shot is. He's looking to go with the natural angle in Becky Joseph. Maiden first class half century for him with that 6. Second 6 of Royal. This time he chooses to go offside.
Yeah, he hit that ferociously. And Minley was wringing his right hand there for a moment. So, congratulations to the young man in Becky Joseph. Let's hope that he can be able to go in strength to strength and keep going, because there's still a lot in this game.
Yeah, he's gotten past that first hurdle, hasn't he? His first class career, registering his maiden first class half. He's got a chance here for a maiden first class ton. He's got to be seeing it that way. He's got to refocus though.
Almost like he's starting from north again.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes about it here, considering seems like a lot of stress released off his shoulders there by that celebration, looking to the heavens. And Becky Joseph.
And in the context, Mali, maybe this has been one of the longest that he's batted for a while. He's approaching 2 hours of batting.
86 balls. He's found it quite tough at times, but as we said, he's stuck it out. This one
stuck it, driving. Lovely football skills there for Modian Smith to stick out the left foot. Think Cavalier FC in Jamaica might need him tonight to stop Lionel Messi.
As if we see Lionel Messi play tonight. He has made the trip though to Jamaica, which I think is a fantastic move. not just for the competition itself, but for Jamaican sport, Jamaican public. All eyes on Jamaica once again. Good move for the region, really. Positive. The Cavaliers in that CONCACAF Champions League, or Champions Cup, as they call it, versus Inter Miami here tonight.
7 p.m. game time.
I said tickets sold out.
A long time ago. If you hear Messi's coming, you're certainly going to want to grab and get your ticket.
And this was before they even knew he would have made the trip. This one's leading edge. Gone. Soft. Soft. Soft indeed. We did just say it will be interesting to see how he goes about it. Because after that celebration, he looked like he had really achieved one of his milestones. He looked to the heavens just on the stroke of drinks. And Becky Joseph goes leading edge. Jermaine Blackwood, the man to pick up a wicket. Once again, looking to play that one into the onside. His favored area is better served, presenting a full face. Easy catch to Odin Smith in that cover region. And considering just how well he had started to play, he'll be very, very disappointed with that dismissal indeed. He's got to go for 54, the third wicket down, but it brings back Teddy Bishop to the crease, who retired hurt earlier with that leg injury. Still a long way behind the West Indies Academy, trailed by 282 runs here. We'll stop for a drink as well. We're a bit parched up here in the commentary box. Join us back in roughly 4 or 5 minutes for the resumption of the West Indies Academy innings.
So Blackwood, after the water break, squared up Teddy Bishop straight away. And this ball, like, it's starting to talk after lunch. Mali?
It's just doing enough, to be fair. That one angled in, just held its line, as you said, Vern, just squaring up the lanky Grenadian. His first delivery, resuming his innings, came in at number 3, was hit on the leg. Had to go off, retired hurt, but here he is back.
And today, Mali, I don't know if you would know, in 1979 on this day, the Grenada Revolution, seemed like a long time ago, Maurice Bishop led.
It's interesting. There's a lot being made of the Trump-Putin relationship. That is an absolute Jaffa and a half. Woo! In the end, he did miss that by a double-decker bus, as you love to say, Vern. Missed that by a long way. Serious delivery. Maybe we're starting to see why Jermaine Blackwood's been brought into this attack. Why did the crease angled in? Have a look at this.
And he's pitching it up.
Oh, that's gone. That's gone like a leggy. It's gone. And he's missed that by a country mile, Teddy Bishop. He said today was the anniversary of the Grenada Revolution.
Yeah. March 13, 1979.
Speak about these things. It's funny how the world works. You know, the Cold War.
As the world rotates.
Yeah, and not for, in my lifetime, has the US and the former Soviet Union, Russia, been on friendly terms.
Yeah.
But it seems to be a problem at this time.
Yeah, it's scary for the entire world too. It's almost like if they combine, they're going to be against Europe.
Is it? Is it scary though?
No.
I'm not so sure.
We'll wait and see.
Surely the two superpowers of the world, you want them to be friendly. It's more scary when they're adversarial. There's a threat of war in that way. There's no threat of war. No World War III then. If both the superpowers
are having a conversation.
Yeah, having discussions and more friendly than we've seen.
Wait and see.
You know, it's a combustible situation, though, especially dealing with men of high ego.
Yeah,
Edged away. Bowen Tuckett is going to go away to that boundary. He's hearing away after it. Blackwood is quick, but not quick enough.
Boundary to Tuckett. And he certainly had on the fast burners there. Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, he's rapid across the ground, isn't he?
He was sprinting. For a moment, I almost thought it was Kim Collins running down the back stretch there.
He's got good form as well.
Yes,
almost catching up to that one. Jermaine Blackwood. He's been a live wire over his time in the field, over his career. For me, he hasn't played enough white ball cricket for the West Indies in his career as well. Had a lot of skills that could be utilized in the limited overs format.
On drive there by Colin Boyne Tuckett to the royal delivery. Stands up straight and defends a straight one. So another over comes to an end. 97 for 3. 27 overs today. Mali is Jeremiah Louis' birthday. Happy birthday, Jerry.
I think he's nursing an injury there, Jerry Louis.
Yes,
ended up with a broken ankle.
Yeah. Fractured.
Fractured ankle.
Yeah.
Just coming at the wrong time for him. Once again.
Another injury.
Unexpected injury. Just on the cusp of
a season
of West Indies honours. Same thing would have happened.
Well in England.
Yeah, he was just named in that breakout, retained list of that breakout players for that T20 competition, CWI breakout competition in Trinidad later on this year. And he's out with a broken ankle, probably for the rest of the season.
Oh yeah, I don't see him recovering back that, because he's talking about rehab, and by the time you look around, the season is finished, unless he's getting ready for CPL.
Maybe he could be back in 6 to 8 weeks, probably.
Yeah.
If that healing process goes well.
By the time the 4-day will be finished.
Yes, so you'll be looking forward to maybe that franchise circuit season. Almost CPL, IPL, PSL.
Spank down the ground for 4 with some authority. Teddy Bishop. Just as how he started with his first scoring shot off Minley, he starts the same way here against Jermaine Blackwood.
Well, based on that shot, he's told himself that he's not going to allow Jermaine Blackwood to bowl to him. He advanced, wasn't quite there, hit it on top of the bounce. It was on the up. Used all his reach. He's quite a tall man, Teddy Bishop.
Yeah.
They push back deep, backward square. Not sure Jermaine Blackwood has the pace.
Never know.
But you know Bishop will take it on.
Ken just falling over there, missing out Mali, ball rushing into his pad, the leg by. 100 up for the West Indies Academy. They go up to 102 for 3 with that boundary by Teddy Bishop. These two you'd have to call the most seasoned outside of Joshua Bishop informed batsman, right?
Well, I wouldn't put Bishop in the inform category per se.
Yes, Tuckett missing out there. It was wide. When he sort of looked like he leaned back rather than leaning into it. Eyes opened up there for a while. I think he went more for power than anything else.
Hit the toe of the bat, that one.
Yes.
In terms of experience, though, Teddy Bishop, the most experienced in this lineup. As we said, he's represented the West Indies in limited overs cricket.
Bowled by Blackwood. A little change of skills there. Slowing it up. Callum Bowen Tuckett had to wait. Trying to lure him into a foul shot. And saying if you want, you can break down the Scorpions' wall on the offside. Lovely sound coming off of that bat as he got back onto his back foot and just punched that up to the short extra cover fielder in Royal. No, in fact, it looks like Glenn. Blackwood clipped away by Callum Bowen Tuckett. Lovely on drive for 4. Odin Smith just goes to retrieve the ball. Beautiful balance. And Tuckett leaned into it. Whipped it away beautifully for a boundary. 106 for 3.
Lovely piece of timing there from Bowen Tuckett. Once again, here he is putting up a fighting effort for his team. 29 off 57. Can Bishop join him? Just put a little partnership together. They've lost wickets at regular intervals. It's what's really been their Achilles heel this season. Haven't managed to put too many substantial partnerships together.
It started first with Mbeki Joseph and Tuckett. 70, 118 balls, 81 minutes until Joseph gave it away. Oh. So advancing is Bishop as well too.
Yeah, that was a big heave from Teddy Bishop. Done in the flight by Javar Royal. In the end, still opted to go through with the stroke. As Floaty gets away with the full toss.
Yeah, he does. Most important thing is that Callum Bowen Tuckett was looking to play it straight anyhow, which he did. Headed up to Minley at mid-on. Royal is certainly not looking effective. Maybe what in this context what Campbell would want him to do is to just build some pressure, bowl a particular line. Appeal for a caught behind. Don't think Thomas was interested. Campbell was.
Every now and again, Tuckett just misreads length. We saw it last week in his dismissal. He was cruising towards another 100 just there. His best serve looking to come forward to the left arm spinner. Just there. Well played.
I think sometimes Mali, he struggles to when the left armer is bowling him, especially with the arm ball. We saw against Ghana last the season. Permal outfoxed him. Over comes to an end. 29 ball, 107 for 3. Colombo and Tuckett remains on 29. Still be continuing with Blackwood Mali.
Looks that way. Someone's going to have to bowl these overs, Vern. Blackwood's put his hand up. And to be fair, he's already gotten that wicket of Mbeki Joseph. He's removed the top scorer here for the West Indies Academy, so he's done his job and more.
So doesn't look like we're going to get the ball out of Blackwood's hand anytime soon. Based on your assessment just a while ago, Mali.
It depends. I'm not a skipper. It depends on what John Campbell wants. So far, he thinks Blackwood's a wicket-taking option. He's taken that big wicket. Honing in on the pads of Teddy Bishop. It's clear they think that they could get him out LBW.
Well, he is an LBW candidate, Mali, simply because he just walks across the crease, really, and he loses his line of positioning because he falls over, looking to get fancy sometimes. It'll be pretty interesting to see if Minley comes back, you know, because Minley is that kind of bowler who keeps pegging away there, goes for the pads. Here's Colombo and Tuckett just turning this one down to Minley for a single. We see a lot of activities happening in front of us. Mali? The workload is going on. Lovely on drive. Down the ground for 4. Stood tall and just spanked the half volley down the ground for 4. Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, once again advancing down the crease. That bat face just slightly closing upon impact, but nonetheless, good contact made by Teddy Bishop. He's got to be careful here, though. Get a sense that he's just playing a little loose here, Teddy Bishop, 14 off 11.
Like he's come out in an aggressive sort of frame of mind, want to play some shots, want to maybe put some pressure back on the Jamaica team. But
we can keep it standing up now, Aldine Thomas.
Yeah.
Just looking to keep Teddy Bishop at home.
While didn't pick up. Campbell is upset. Took his eyes off of the ball there, Royal. He was to his left side. And Colombo and Tuckett was sprinting for home. It would have been beautiful to know if Royal had picked up what would have happened.
Got a kind bounce as well to him. Javar Royal. Just failing to gather. It was a runner opportunity.
Tuckett drive in. Big save there by Glenn. Tumbling save. $114 for 3. Blackwood pedaling away again. Uppish there. And Colombo and Tuckett, his head went up there. It was in the air.
I think the bottom hand just came into play. Colombo and Tuckett looking for power. Have a look at that. Yeah, the bat face just closing again upon impact. Almost carrying through to O'Dean Smith, who's quite close in at mid-on. Good effort by the burly fast bowler. As you were saying, a lot of work going on in the foreground there. Here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Controlled demolition. Watchtower still standing. I'm not sure how they're going to take this down. They've tried dynamite. They've done everything they possibly can. Someone needs to send a word to Sir Alan, wherever he is. Trying to find out exactly how to take down that watchtower, because it's a serious piece of architecture, that. To withstand the levels of dynamite that's been thrown at it. Oh, that one there. That's the area for Royal. Just a bit of bounce now. Colin Bowen took it maybe just a little low in his defense. That one was in the air for a little bit, but chooses to go with the sweep this time. 4 more to Bowen Tuckett. So runs starting to come a lot more freely here for this pair. A flurry of boundaries. Poorly lined once again. Just lacking that consistency, Jabbar Royal, at this stage. He struggled to contain. He's conceded 23 into his 5th over now. Bowen Tuckett into the 30s.
It's important that Tuckett stays switched on all the time, because every now and again tend to lose his concentration.
Keep going, Tally.
Something which he's certainly working on all the time, the mindset. Being able to remain focused, to remain positive within frame of mind.
Yeah, it's all about limiting those lapses, as you say, Vern. The end of that over. Good finish that from Jabbar Royal, responding to that boundary with 3 dots. $119 for 3, the West Indies Academy. Minley, Shields and Blackwood, the wicket takers for the Scorpions.
Barbados in their second innings, Mali, 15 for 2. Craig Brathwaite bowled Seals for 2. McCaskey bowled, caught Charles bowled Phillip for 8.
I think young McCaskey, he's under a bit of pressure there as well now. In terms of the runs, just haven't come for him. He's a bit unfortunate to be selected for the West Indies on 2 tours and not to play a match. Went to England, went to Australia as well. A member of that touring side. He's come back this season. Last season he responded well to that. This season the runs just haven't come for him. And with the competition for places rife in that Barbados team, there will be consequences for this performance in terms of being rolled for 86. They're 15 for 2 here. Someone needs to put in a performance.
Kyle Mayers is on the bench.
Kyle Mayers, he's injured. He's waiting to come back.
And maybe had he been available, big question is who would have been left out?
Honeybees? Seems like they're a swarm of bees. Everyone got down really quickly there.
It was almost, wow.
I've never seen that here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
That was fantastic. Piece of camera work, guys. Everybody down on the ground and still down.
Coordinated. As we see the bees here. They're just to the left of us here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Here in the media centre.
Where's our camera guy? He's certainly not. He's in the chair cooling out. And he's maybe wondering what's happening too. Or he's just woken up now and realized that maybe the bees were attacking him too, so he had to get into the chair.
More, they looked like they were coming his way.
Yeah, so I think he just decided to scamper as well. All is good.
Back to the action now. Shields replacing Blackwood. Short, hitting the splice. Good cricket all round, really. Apart from the fielding, they've got to be tight in there. Looking to save that single. Brandon King in that extra cover position. Shields starts with 2 slips, a gully, point, extra cover, mid off, a very short mid on, deep, a backward square leg, and fine leg. 1 for 27, OJ Shields. I think he's bowled a lot better than the figures suggest, to be fair. He's gone past the outside edge on quite a few occasions. What he has lacked is just that consistency to bowl over and over in that same area. He's choosing to go short. To young Tuckett. If that's the line, or if that's the length you're going to bowl, Tuckett not being the tallest of young men, got to get a short leg in. We saw the way Rivaldo Clark was dismissed, pretty similar in terms of short ball on the body line. Got into an awkward position in the end, could only top edge it. Bit of swing, bit fuller. You're seeing what OJ Shields could be here. As we're saying, already 29 years old though. It's got all the raw ability. Reminds me as well of a player in a similar position, like Gillon Tyson. Would have picked up that 5 for last week versus the Leewards. Good stuff this. He's hit his straps right away. Has Shields.
Yeah, and he's now originally started here, went to the CIU Road end, and has now come back. So Campbell maybe deciding that he's going to use his seamers from the media center end and maybe just have Royal tie up that end. Brad Barnes maybe might be the next spinner maybe coming on, depending on if he's in the conversation.
He just seems to be struggling with something there. You saw him clutching the outside of that right knee of his on the last delivery.
Doesn't look good. Blackwood coming over to have a conversation with him, asking him if he's okay. Meantime, Carlin Boyne Tuckett is looking for something. Signaling to the dressing room. Don't know if he wants a bat or another pair of gloves.
Gloves maybe just getting sweaty. It's quite hot out there.
Turned on the onside for an easy single. Blackwood can't stop it. Another single. Rotation of the strike so important. Here goes OJ Shields. That hard length defended in the end. 121 for 3. Out comes the gloves.
Yeah, it's decent pace that from OJ Shields. As you said, hitting the bat quite hard, choosing to employ that back of a length mainly, then mix it up with a slightly fuller delivery. If he can be consistent here, he could be the man on this pitch. He's gotten quite a bit of response out of the pitch, to be fair. Once again, there he is, clutching that knee. OJ Shields. Royal with a slip. Jermaine Blackwood in that almost short third man position. This one's forced through the offside. Will go to the boundary as well. So good cricket stroke this. Pressure being applied onto Javar Royal. Every over he seems to be hit for a boundary.
And the partnership now quickly moving up to 32 of 41 deliveries.
Tuckett goes to 40. So another substantial innings taking shape here for the young wicketkeeper batter.
In this kind of form, you want to make sure you're cashing.
Where was he actually born, Vern? Nevis? Or
Nevis.
Yeah, he was actually born in Nevis.
Yeah, Nevis. His mom, originally from Barbados. That side of the family.
I know that's your part of the world, St. Kitts and Nevis, the Federation. But when you think about it, Nevis has really punched above his weight in terms of producing cricketers of note.
And keep producing them. And I think that comes, Mali, with the legacy of having someone. You know, you first had Elcomida Willett. That ignited Dr. Sandy Roberts to say, well, if Elcomida Willett can make the West Indies team, I can make the West Indies team. And then that was quickly followed by your dad. So Viv, and then the floodgates opened in Antigua. So while the floodgates had opened in Antigua, it also opened in Nevis as well.
You had a Derek Parry come after as well.
Yeah, you know.
Then you had Carl and Bowen Tuckett's father, Carl Tuckett, West Indies all-rounder. Didn't play Test cricket, but played limited overs for the West Indies.
So
Keith Atherton,
Keith Atherton,
Renako Morton,
the late Renako Morton,
Kieran Powell.
Yeah. So
a very small island to produce as many international cricketers. Stuart Williams as well.
That's what I'm saying. So, and predominantly, even during that period of time when Otto was making runs as well, the late Ralston Otto, don't forget you had somebody like a Livingston Lawrence who was also on the verge of getting into a West Indies team because he traveled with Otto in a West Indies A team to Zimbabwe. So the cream was always there. Then you had somebody like a Warrington Phillip who was also taking regional wickets, who was around and in the West Indies A team setup as well.
Unfortunately, we know what happened there.
Yeah.
Warrington Phillip, player who had have a fair experience of seeing play for the Leewards.
I think sooner rather than later. He just might be out soon.
I think so.
Yeah, maybe within the next. Could be. Maybe.
It's been a long time now.
It's been, yeah. It was 5
years. My whole adult life.
But he's maneuvered while being there.
Interesting proposition that by Teddy Bishop, looking to advance to the quickest bowler we've seen for the Jamaican Scorpions.
And it comes down to what you've been saying all the time, Mali. He's come out with a certain aggressive way, but he still has to not get too carried away. He was very far there, Mali.
It's a long way down the pitch.
And it got Shields worked up like, where you going?
For me, Shields has got to be full here, looking to swing this away. I think Bishop will be expecting a short delivery.
And the short leg comes in now?
They've only got the one slip.
Well, I don't think it's a short leg. What we considering it to be?
Square leg.
With a helmet.
Yes. A la Teddy Bishop in the first innings.
Yeah. Just as you said, Mali. Banged in short.
If I'm standing there, I'm not wearing a helmet.
For what?
No.
Well, I guess the conversation was to go to short leg.
Yes.
And then somebody said, no, go back.
Just go to square leg instead. Save a bit of time, keep the helmet on. It's all about efficiency, I guess. For me, he's just been a tad Too short, OJ Shields. Choosing to employ that back of a length. His line is pretty decent, but it's just that length. We've seen him have that ability to take the ball away from the right-hander. He's not giving it much time to swing here. He's hammering it in halfway down. Just there again. This one's hurt him. That's hurt. He's down for the count right away. Is that on the hip bone? Possibly on that hip bone. How many times have we seen a batter down here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in this match? First it was Javar Royal. Took him a bit of time to recover. Never really found his feet again. Pun intended. In this innings. Just there, rib cage. In that rib area from OJ Shields. It's good to see him back up. Bowen Tuckett. He's back up onto his feet, but he seemed like he was in a lot of trouble there when that one hit him. So yet another batter just going through the wars here. How does he respond? What does Shields bowl though? That outswinger, that full outswinger, we haven't seen it in this over. It's got to be, look, it's his best opportunity to remove Bowen Tuckett. Goes full on the stumps, worked away, work for Odin Smith. Work indeed, work he won't be able to do. Not quite quick enough to get to that one. So good response from the young wicketkeeper batter. He goes to 45.
Beautiful shot. Good balance in playing that shot. Just clipped it. He's strong in that area. The right hand comes into play. Kept it along the turf. And a long chase there for Odin Smith, who is not Jermaine Blackwood. So it was always going to be challenging for him trying to save that boundary.
Was a committed chase though. He chased it all the way to the rope, did Odin Smith. This outfield lightning quick now here on day 2.
Tuckett stands up straight and spanks that down to backward point.
If he can just pitch that a yard fuller or so, he'll be a very, very difficult proposition here. OJ Shields, for me, is just a little short. Not the worst line. You know, it's a thin line between
being too full,
and
too short.
Yeah, it's a very thin line. That margin for error is tiny, but he's got to find it. Short again, easy from Bowen Tuckett, going back onto that back foot, riding the bounce.
You realize, Mali, that when the ball is banged in on the surface here, it's really not done anything. It's more like a tennis bounce. We've seen that even in the first game against Trinidad and Tobago, even though it was a different track.
Yeah. It hasn't quite responded in that way, as you'd say. Speaking to Kadeem Phillip, one of the head groundsmen here earlier, he's saying that live grass. In fact, this pitch started with less grass than it has now. What's been happening is a few shoots of grass have been popping up, which tells us that there's still a bit of moisture underneath. We've had a lot of rain here in Antigua.
It's almost like every day rain is falling.
Yeah.
It's either falling late in the night or early in the
morning.
It's the greenest that I've seen Antigua and Barbuda, Mali, over the past, say, 14, 15 months. Easily.
Which is good. An island that really struggles in terms of retaining its water levels.
Bishop again, going for a heave. Nowhere close to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, his concentration levels aren't where they need to be at this stage, Teddy Bishop. Overly fascinated with just hitting the ball hard down the ground. That's a lot better in terms of not quite in his area.
And there's always a temptation because mid-on and mid-off is up. And so that's what John Campbell is trying to do. Lure him into playing a rash shot. That's the line that I don't like, Mali. He tends to go back leg side of the ball, Bishop. You like to see him get closer to the ball. And maybe that's the line that Royal should be trying to bowl him. Quicker, faster, honing in at those pads. He needs something, Royal. He's going big. Will he have a chance? Oh, dropped it, Mali.
And it trickles into the boundary for 4. So to add insult to injury, not only does the chance go a begging.
Dropped it, Mali.
It trickles into that boundary for 4. Once again, Bishop looking to go down the ground. Not quite out the middle.
Got his hands there, Mali.
It was a tough chance, to be fair. Over his shoulder, running backwards.
It would have been a spectacular catch had he had taken that.
Is that Javel Glenn?
Yes, he's disappointed.
So chance goes down. It would have been a hell of a grab, that.
Going again, Mali. Cross the line.
He's made his mind up. He's on 26 now from 21, Teddy Bishop. I think he's made the decision to hit his way out of this form. He's going to take on these Scorpions bowlers. Not quite out the middle of the bat once again. Not the most convincing of innings so far. But he's still in. 26 of 21. This partnership 47 of 56. End of that over. 8 runs coming from that Royal over. He's really struggled to contain these West Indies Academy batters. Hasn't looked threatening either. Maybe decisions for John Campbell to make here. Maybe it's time to bring in a Brad Barnes. It seems like he's waiting to get a left-hander at the crease to bring Brad Barnes in.
Well, you called for him. He's now coming.
Yes. Maybe time to bring Brad Barnes from this pavilion end. Maybe switch Shields over to the CIU Road.
Yeah, he might maybe continue with Royal still, because he maybe want to try to get in as much of those overs as possible.
Are they looking to take wickets or get overs in? Royal doesn't look like taking a wicket here.
Well, he just had one. He might say, hey, never know.
Not on this pitch. He doesn't look up to it at this stage. Shields looks like the man to, if he can just find that length. And that's what first class cricket is. It's hard work.
Tuckett driving up to mid-off.
Barnes here. Not a big spinner of the ball.
More or less tends to bowl more drifters than anything else. Sort of reminds me of somebody like a Ronald Powell. Club it away for 4. Badly line delivery.
Yeah, if he's going to bowl there, he's going to have to have a deep backward square leg.
And not a mid-wicket. Down the onside there.
That shot brings up the 50 partnership between this pair. Just what we would have said. 51 from 59.
Yeah. And Callum Bowen Tuckett. He's now inching on to 49 of 87 deliveries. So we're looking for his 3rd half century of the season. Again, he just paddled this one around. Callum Bowen Tuckett. He's thinking about 250 to Callum Bowen Tuckett. His 3rd of the season. Of 88 balls, 8 fours, a strike rate of 56.82. And the number 10, Callum Bowen Tuckett, continues to be one of the leaders in this West Indies Academy batting lineup.
Yeah, he's been a man for a crisis. He's more often than not, he's put his hands up. Wickets have fallen regularly throughout this season for this West Indies Academy. And as you said, his 3rd half century of this season, his 4th in his career. If you think that he's scored his maiden first-class 100 as well this season versus Barbados just a couple weeks ago, this young player is definitely improving leaps and bounds. He's improving very quickly indeed. Looks a different player from 12, 18 months ago.
For Brad Barnes, he's got a long off, long on, mid off, mid wicket.
Oh, that's close. That's close.
I think he was going down, man.
Let's have a look at this again. Maybe just inching past that leg stump. Yeah, missing comfortably, to be fair. But as you said, maybe not the biggest breeze blowing across here. It's just picked up slightly. So that's something for Brad Barnes to work with, that drift. 5 runs conceded in his first, 145 for 3. The West Indies Academy fighting here to stay in touch with the Jamaica Scorpions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
17 minutes before tea.
So you see the celebration again from Carlin Bowen Tuckett. It's another 50. Boy, he would love to bring up 100. He'll be looking a bit too far ahead. He's got to stay in the moment. Every delivery, concentration levels have to be high.
He did look good against Trinidad and Tobago. In the first innings especially. He'll have to restart again. Still continue with Royal. Did tell you that, Mali?
Yeah, I didn't debate whether he would. It's all about trying to get wickets, though. Based on what we've seen from O.J. Shields, if you were to compare Shields and Royal, who's been the option that looks like taking a wicket more often than not? I think it's O.J. Shields. It's a lot of the captaincy, to be fair. Leaves a lot to be desired in this. Not enough creativity being shown.
I'm almost very much concerned too about sometimes the tactics and the field placings.
That's all a part of the captaincy that we were talking about. Nothing really.
It's just like they're sitting back and
waiting for mistakes to be made, as opposed to creating opportunities
and building that pressure.
That seemed quite obvious to quite a lot of the cricket viewing public.
In terms of cricketing leadership, that's an area of concern which we also will have to deal with sooner rather than later. Here is Bishop on driving for 4.
Once again, there's that boundary, the customary boundary from Royal.
And he's certainly, Mali, he's not putting any body into the ball. He's just rolling over his hands. There's no rip. He's just ambling up.
True test, the red ball format. In terms of, obviously we know test cricket is the highest level, but the first class game.
The fitness level and the stamina.
Especially as a bowler.
Oh, yeah.
If you get wickets regularly, those are genuine wickets, not scoreboard dictated wickets. It tends to happen quite a lot in the limited overs format, T20 format, ODI, List A. Teams require a certain amount of runs, have to go after the bowlers. Here, you've got to bowl genuine wicket taking deliveries more often than not. The batter can just defend, as we saw there from Teddy Bishop.
How do you got to be able to outthink batsmen as well too?
For me, especially as a fast bowler, a true mark of a fast bowler to me, can he, obviously it's about pace. Well, you got to be quick enough. You don't have to be express. But for me, you've got to be able to nick a top batter out, top order batter, middle order batsman, while they're playing a defensive stroke. Not going after the bowling per se. You've got to have those skills in which to breach defenses, as opposed to a chance being presented because of an attacking stroke or a mistake being made by the batter. And you as a bowler create that mistake. Definitely levels to this.
Okay, driving to the offside, picking up a easy single. Score goes up to 151 for 3 in 37.1 overs. Bishop comes gingerly forward, like he was looking for something.
To be fair, I think the nerves have just settled from a Teddy Bishop. I think he was feeling the pressure a bit at the start of that innings. Sometimes different players respond in different ways. Some players go into their shell, whereas others look to be ultra attacking. He said almost looking to hit his way into form. He's gotten to 30 from 31 and he's looking a lot more assured at the crease now.
Combined campuses on colleges 111 for 7. Zara Joseph 4 for 12. Justin Graves 2 for 13.
Karen Powell dismissed. What's his score? How much did he make playing against his former county? 25, former franchise, sorry.
Today's also the birthday of King Progress. Yeah, so a lot of great people have been born in March. You know, somebody's going to tell you every month is the best month.
Antiguan Calypsonian. I know he tends to have a well-attended birthday party every year. Through the gate, that one's been given. Teddy Bishop, LBW, a bit lackadaisical, a bit loose. Maybe a bit of extra turn there, Freddie. In fact, didn't quite have the Under-19 World Cup that he would have wanted in that last edition. If you remember, Joel Andrew was that standout batter for the West Indies Under-19 in that World Cup in South Africa. Joel Andrew picking up his maiden first-class 100 here in this round. .122 versus the combined colleges and campuses.
Looking good, good. Looking good.
Royal to continue. Can he find something? Brad Barnes has. Shot punched away. Scamper through for 1. So that partnership, every time a partnership is just threatened to go really big here for the West Indies Academy. Jamaica Scorpions pick up a wicket. It was Brad Barnes removing Teddy Bishop. Earlier it was Jermaine Blackwood removing Becky Joseph. Change of angle here. From Royal to the left-handed Johnson, choosing to go over the wicket. Playing against his hometown franchise, and Jordan Johnson would have been in that trial squad for the Jamaica Scorpions coming into this 4-day season. Not quite making the cut. This time he chooses to go down long on, second delivery. So once again, a West Indies Academy batter taking the aggressive route early in his innings. It was slightly full, slightly overpitched. Playing through the line was Jordan Johnson over that long on region. Signal there by the scorer as well, 6 runs. So he gets off the mark with a 6. At the same time, I think Javar Royal wouldn't be too fussed. Chooses to advance down the ground this time. From Johnson.
Royal Mali during his spell. Some 6 boundaries have come off along with 3 sixes. Here is Johnson going again, big again. Inside out. It's going for 6 more. Jeez.
This is the talent that this young man possesses. He is a stroke maker. He does find the boundaries quite easy, but once again, he has to give himself an opportunity early. He's got enough to a flyer though here. Just 3 deliveries. He's already hit 2 sixes. One over long on, the other over long off. Just showing that dexterity, that ability to go both sides of the wicket. Actually 12 off 3, Jordan Johnson. 12 off 4, sorry.
Partnership between Tuckett and Bishop was 59 balls, 39 minutes, 10 fours. And Teddy Bishop he batted for 57 minutes. Faced 35 balls for 30 with 6 fours.
Yeah, as you were saying, he was just looking to hit his way into some semblance of form, Teddy Bishop. But once again, just a little lackadaisical going back on that back foot. Not the type of delivery, really. Should be dismissing the right-hander to the off-spinner. But just enough turn from Bad Barnes to beat that bat. This one's thickish outside edge, down to that wideish third man backward point region there for 4. So it's been 16 runs here in a short space of time for the West Indies Academy. 2 sixes from Jordan Johnson in the previous over, 4 now to Carlin Bowen Tuckett. The rate hovering above 4.21 for the Academy. So both teams actually have struggled to keep this run rate down. A bit of confusion in that running. Bowen Tuckett sent back by Jordan Johnson. Good decision in the end. 164 for 1. Trailing by 211 to the West Indies Academy at 160. A 4 for 4. The manual scoreboard's actually saying 165 for 4.
Fluent off drive again, but still no runs. Over completed. Score should be 168 for 4. So T is, this could be the last over before T. Could be. Academy trailing by 207 runs. Just never know. Johnson
Bowling no man, bowling no man.
comes forward, is Johnson to a flighted delivery from Royal. His confidence has certainly looked low. Javan Royal. Not been able to come up with any goods yet. This is his 10th over. Before this, 9 overs, no maidens, 55 runs, no wicket. Johnson is driving again, down the ground for 4.
There's that customary boundary as we've been speaking about from Javar Royal. Once again, slightly over pitch. Jordan Johnson taking a liking to Javar Royal, especially down the ground. He's already hit him for 2 sixes in the previous over. This time another 4. That just forces a bit of a change here in the field. Silly
goes to long off.
Yeah, and that man catching comes out, goes into that extra cover region. Swept. Has he picked him out? He has. He's picked out Jermaine Blackwood on that deep square leg boundary.
On the brink of tee.
Just on the stroke of tee once again. Made good contact with that one. Almost hit it too well.
Yeah, but hit it in the air.
Picked out the one man behind square on the onside in Jermaine Blackwood. So the cameo of 16 from 7, 2 sixes and a couple boundaries to him comes to an end. 172 for 5. Jamaica very, very happy going into tea. West Indies Academy once again just losing wickets at regular intervals. All that hard work that would have been done before tea, just being undone with those 2 quick wickets.
Keep the ball on the ground. Hit the ball on the ground. You've been told that. So a tea, 172 for 5. The West Indies Academy, they trail by 203 runs.
Expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time were here. Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujan, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the 2 boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were 3 boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
And Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it. It was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left, and I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we're here...
No ball, smacked down to the long-on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He has whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, 1 more skip, 1 more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver and he gives of himself and he loves people and yeah, it was great feeling and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
after tea. And Joshua Bishop off the mark straight away in the 5th delivery of the over. Over-completed. A wicket to Javan Royal. Finally won. It's been pretty expensive while. In the Academy, 173 for 5. Just on the stroke of T. Jordan Johnson going caught by Jermaine Blackwood, giving Royal his first wicket of the match so far. So the score, 1 for 60, Javan Royal, and trust me, he's really taken a beating. 7 fours and 4 maximums have been hit off of him. And Brad Barnes, the lone boundary in his spell so far, 1 for 10. And Callum Boyne Tuckett is not on strike. He's on 57 from 99 deliveries. Partnership between Bishop and Tuckett, 59, 39 minutes, 10 fours. They will need another rebuilding partnership here. They're trailed by some 202 runs, the West Indies Academy. A responsible knock will be leaded by Bishop, who got 100 against Trinidad and Tobago. He brings out the reverse sweep there, switch it. Missed it completely. There was a appeal for a leg before. Don't think that that shot is advisable at this time. He's a much better player than that. Joshua Bishop, no need for that. Just take his time and bat. Just organize yourself. Just have a look. You're looking to try to get into the West Indies team. You got wickets there. Put your head down and bat. Driving loosely again, Joshua Bishop. Thomas, the bails off in a flash. It's now prompted Mr. Bassarat to walk from square leg. Just to make sure. Can he trust Alden Thomas? Well, he certainly couldn't. But he's done a good job there, Thomas, in replacing the bails. And everything is intact. Barnes looking threatening here. To Bishop, who steers this down to the third man area. And we'll get a couple of runs. Minley's after it. And in fact, it's gone for 4. It's a cool and calm, easy boundary. As Joshua Bishop came forward, opened the face of the bat. It had good pace on it there. And it sped away down the hill for 4. So the score after tea goes up to 177. 177 for 5. Again, 4 more. I think Barnes likes to see that shot. 181 for 5. So Campbell is having a chat with him to says, where you want me to put the man? So 2 boundaries in the over. Give him something to think about now, Campbell. Bishop has got to start. He's got to apply himself very quickly. He's gone to 9. Whipping this down to long on in the air over that mid-off fielder. Yeah, long on and a mid-off very close there. Get 1 in the end. It goes up to 10. That brings Callum Boyne Tuckett. We'll have to start all over again. Score goes up to 182. Callum Boyne Tuckett is out. Soft dismissal. Very casual in his approach. Leaning edge. Don't think that shot was on from Callum Boyne Tuckett. Lost concentration. And just more or less just scoop the ball up. trying to get fancy, leaning edge, lobbed up into the square leg area. Round comes the fielder, Odin Smith, takes a comfortable catch, and Callum Boyne Tuckett goes back after tea. They're all crumbling here, the academy. 182 for 6. And 1. Minley back into the action, and straight away he's on the money. 182 for 6. West Indies Academy crumbling. Another delivery defended by Joshua Bishop. Score remains on 182 for 6 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Driving up to cover, Odin Smith comes across, fumbles for a while, but is in control of the ball. Right in front of him. 360 roundup. They're back with the action in Ghana. Ghana 25 for 1. And at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, combined campuses and colleges 122 for 8. And at Kensington Oval in Barbados, Barbados Pride, they are 41 for 4. Yes, you heard me. 41 for 4. Bishop. Beautiful delivery from Minley. Didn't get out to the pitch of the ball there. Missed it completely. Turned him right around. Maybe almost threw him off balance there. That delivery. Left foot just planted there in the ground. No heel. Got to get out onto your heel, Joshua Bishop. Got to lead with your head and your shoulders. Dropped. Dropped that first slip. A regulation catch straight to Jermaine Blackwood. He had it in, out, on the floor. Minley just walks back. Got to take that at this level. Minley been working so hard. He deserves that. One of the things, the feeling in this for the championship has been very, very, very weak. Back and across and defends that nicely. And a maiden over could have had a wicket in that. Minley, his second. At the end of 43, West Indies Academy won 82 for 6. Still Brad Barnes continuing from the media center end. On 82 for 6. 2 for 19. Barnes is into his 5th over. Edwards comes quietly forward. Edwards is quite a capable cricketer, so he can bat. More classified as a bowling all-rounder. Short ball is just back and just turns this into the onside. And gets an easy single. Just gives Joshua Bishop the opportunity to come in to strike. Zari Joseph has now picked up 5 for 23 from his 14th over against the combined campuses and colleges. Justin Graves 2 for 13. CCC 126 for 8. He's appealed for a leg before. He's bowled him. That's a nonchalant shot by Joshua Bishop. Just take your time and bat. What is happening here? It's almost like it's a T20 game. It's unbelievable what I'm seeing. Really unbelievable what I'm seeing. Just reckless batting, no application at all in the process. $183 for 7. Lane comes out. I wonder if an injured lane is a more dangerous lane, or injured lane would be a lane who would come and put his head down and bat. We'll find out sooner rather than later. Long on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Mid-on, very close, mid-wicket. Mid-off, cover. Backward point. John Campbell himself, the captain at first slip. Lane comes right forward. Made sure that he got his bat in front of his pad. So that's a good start. Barnes can just flight it up just above his eye line. And he clips it aerially into the leg side. He's thinking about 2, but he has to scurry back because I think, first of all, Nathan Edwards turned blind. He's just indicating that he slipped in the process. So Lane off the mark. Score in the meantime goes up to 84, 184 for 7. Batsmen are on one. Edward comes forward. Over completed. So Brad Barnes 3 for 21 from his 5. Not bad returns at all. After coming into this match with 103.4 overs, 17 maidens, 9 wickets. He's certainly become a deal breaker for John Campbell in terms of picking up wickets for Jamaica. The run rate is still at 4.18. So even though they're losing wickets, they're trailed by 191 runs. Mainly, he'll be thinking about the line that he's going to bowl to Ewan Lane. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, fine leg. And Lane is bowled. It's just too casual now. They just look too ordinary here. The West Indies Academy. Don't know what is happening in that dressing room. But the showing is certainly not looking good at all. It's like they're tired, they've had enough, they're rebelling, they're something, but the body language just does not look right at all. Look at that. And he can bat better than that, Ewan Lane. So 184 for 8. Blades comes out. Nathan Edwards is appealing for somebody to stay with him. Last time there was some application from Blades until he got ambitious. So Jamaica approaching and picking up first innings points here. Wonder what's the mood like in that West Indies Academy dugout. Certainly not looking good at all. Perhaps maybe these two can put some smiles on their face by digging in and applying themselves. Don't think Blades will get rolled over that easy. You know how hard he toiled to pick up his 4 wickets. He's driving up to mid-on. I think sometimes as cricketers, don't think you have to wait on the captain to set you. You yourself have to be able to work out the angles as to where you are. If you're in a blind spot. Here is Blades hoiking that. It's gone all the way for 6 over the square leg area. So 6 runs to Blades, his second scoring shot. Score in the meantime goes up to 190 for 8. The fans indeed would have enjoyed that shot from Blades. Just maybe that might make the highlights tonight on Sports 360. John Campbell just coming off the field. Roger Shields warming up. Tomorrow Redwood seems to have been sleeping. Blades Nice straight bat, played up to Royal at mid-on. Got out his soccer skills, put across his left foot and scooped that one up into his hand. Jamaica having a discussion. Will they follow on? Will they bat again? It's going to be the major conversation taking place with the think tank there. If I was Jamaica, maybe I'd be thinking about batting again. Blades is hammering that down the ground for 4. Yeah, this Jamaican bowling lineup, maybe want to give them some rest. And maybe bat out the rest of the day. Still got another 2 days to go tomorrow. Back themselves to maybe get a lead of maybe 400, 450. Put some pressure on the academy in the second innings. Maybe a chance for somebody, Campbell himself, to maybe get 100. Another 100, if it is possible. 194 for 8. Minley. That's huge. He muscled that over mid-wicket for 6. That was spanked. Woo! Brought up the 200 for the academy. So 200 for 8. So, huge hit there. From that's a big hit. Stats of the 200. Oh. That's what you make it so hard when we don't. Campbell is back on. Brad Barnes looking to get 5 wickets. Edwards is driving inside out over cover. Won't get a boundary, but he'll get 2 runs quite easily. So, Academy deciding that they're going to maybe play some shots. Barnes has decided that he wants Shields and Blackwood to go back to long on and long off. And he's just going to flight the ball, but Edwards can bat. So, make no mistake about that. Flighted delivery. Edwards missed it completely. I think he would have been advised to use his feet. Hit that on the full. Flatter faster delivery comes forward. Plays with his top hand, Nathan Edwards. Made sure that he got his bat right in front of his pad. Turned it beautifully into the onside. He'll come back for 2 quite easily. Good batting here by Nathan Edwards. Goes up to 5. The score goes up to 204 for 8. Round the wicket. Edwards comes quietly forward. In the process, Thomas skips around and picks up the ball. Slip, a leg slip. Backward point, cover. Edwards again comes quietly forward. Over comes to an end. And Brad Barnes is getting through these overs very quickly here. That's his 6. 3 for 25 from 6 overs, Brad Barnes. So, looks as if some fight will be shown here. Shields will replace Minley. And Minley has got roughed up in the last over there. And so John Campbell said he's had enough. And it's time to bring on his fastest bowler in O.J. Shields. Campbell just pulling himself out of the slip cordon. Is he? No, I think he's just trying to sort out the men on the leg side, make sure that they're in the correct position. I think they're going to try and bounce Blades. So Campbell is making sure that the deep backward square is in the right position, and Minley comes around to the fine leg area. So they got one slip, a gully, no third man, a backward point, a cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. That's the feel. Shields into bowl to Blades, who gives himself room and hammers it over mid-wicket for 6. So Mackenzie now is going into the mid-wicket area. So the game in a hurry has just changed to 210 for 8. Blades is on 22. $210 for 8. How will Shields respond? Will he pitch it up? Will he bowl a Yorker? Or will he bowl another short ball? It's into both the Blades. Blades is driving that in there, in there. He's out caught. Peeling off the outside edge. Caught a mid-off. Glenn takes an easy catch, it looks like. A wicket to O.J. Shields. So Blades has had enough. Got to 22 and said that's it. I've done my job. Pittman comes out. Blades goes back into the hut. And the academy, the wheels are just falling off here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's almost like it's the final innings. No one is willing to dig in and really put some application. And I think they have to understand, you got to put a price on your wicket. You have to. Can't just give away your hand like that. And all we've seen here since tea is just a procession of poor shot selection. A tea. West Indies Academy seeming to be in control. They were 172 for 5, and now they're 210 for 9. $210 for 9. Slip cordon being strengthened. Kelvin Pittman is not Blades. He'll maybe more or less look to defend. Oh, so he's not hanging around either. There was no indication from him that he's going to hang around either. Just exposed almost all of his stumps there. No one applying themselves. No one at all. Sounds like they want to go and feel. That's all I can figure out. Here goes O.J. Shields to bowl to Kelvin Pittman, who's a knot. Faces his second delivery. This time he applies himself and he defends it nicely. Nathan Edwards will be praying that he survives. $210 for 9. West Indies Academy. Couple of spectators just stopping outside of the ground to look at the cricket. Ooh. That slipped out of his hand. That was a high-pitched delivery and Pittman had to scamper out of the way. Wasn't intentional. Slipped from Oja Shields' hand. Woo! Let's look at that again, Billy Joe. At least he was watching the ball. Billy Joe. Woo! Here goes Oja Shields. That would maybe scare any batsman. Will Pittman survive? 2 deliveries to go. He's caught at first slip. So he just swiped at the ball. Roughed up with a high pitch ball. And then the next ball, he just swung at it. Peeled off on the outside edge. Caught by Campbell. And the West Indies Academy dismissed for 211. So we'll take a break and we'll come back inside 8 minutes. In case you have just joined in to our coverage, the West Indies Academy, they were bowled out right after tea for 211 in 46.5 overs, 27 boundaries, 8 sixes, 33 singles, 8 twos, 208 dot balls in their innings. Top scoring was Callum Boyne Tuckett with 57. Yeah, Callum Boyne Tuckett with 57. 148 minutes at the crease. 100 balls he faced with 9 boundaries. And Becky Joseph, he scored 50 of 84 balls, 160 minutes, 6 fours and 3 sixes. Callum Boyne Tuckett came off 88 balls, 123 minutes, 8 fours. And Bishop and Tuckett shared in a partnership of some, I think it would have been 58 of 75 balls, 49 minutes, 10 fours. But they're bowled out, and now it will be the turn now. The West Indies Academy trailing by 164 runs. Blades starts from the CIA Road end. And his first delivery is a wide delivery. Academy lunch, 39 for 2 at T172 for 5. And finally bowled out for 211 or 46.5 overs. So at lunch they were 39 for 2 in 13 overs. T 172 for 5 in 40.4 overs. And all over 211 in 46.5 overs. It was almost like London bridges falling down at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But it's not quite falling down yet. Jamaica have picked up first innings points. Here is Brandon King driving through cover for 4. Misfield there from the fielder. And the ball is sped away for 4. That's Brandon King's strong area, more or less. When he's on the front foot, when he's on the going white ball, he looks so excellent driving through that process. So pressure continues. Lead now musters up to 168. And the Academy, they'll have to be very, very careful. This game could be done and dusted if they don't play proper cricket. Oh, that's a beauty. Peelford caught behind, but he missed everything. Good inquiring acts there from Blades. Umpire Nigel Duguid is not interested. So too was Callum Boyne Tuckett. He was never interested. Had he nicked that, you would have seen a celebration from the number 10. But not to be. Blades, he's worked hard. He wants success. He bungs away. Squeezed away down to Jordan Johnson. And who fires a very strong, powerful return to Callum Boyne Tuckett. Score is 5 without loss. All 5 to Brandon King. It now brings on Kirk McKenzie. John Campbell maybe just resting his going injury. In the English terms, I'm having a cup of tea thanks to Billy Joe. Who sorted me out nicely. Thank you very much, my buddy, my producer. It's pretty cold in here. It's like in Connecticut. Mackenzie comes quietly forward. He too would need a score behind him. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, combined campuses and colleges, they're 165 for 9. Guyana Happy Eagles at the Providence Stadium in Guyana, 67 for 2. And over at Kensington Oval in Barbados, Barbados are 56 for 4. So, all happening. Lead of 164 now turned into 169. Squeezed away into the offside, and they get a couple of runs quite easily. So Mackenzie's off the mark. So the first over has yielded 7 runs. Seven without loss. It'll be pretty interesting to see how the academy will go about trying to contain this powerful Jamaica batting lineup. Summary of the score so far. Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings bowled off for 375. Seemed like a long time ago this morning. 375 all out. Good to see the big man himself back onto the field. Lane. And he starts well. So, much needed firepower. Jamaica 375 all out of 92.2 overs. 45 fours and 8 sixes, 101 singles, 15 twos, 1 3, 388 dot balls, and they batted for 401 minutes. And inside 2 days, they're batting again. Sure, it must be a lot of pressure on the young academy bowlers, but they have to put a price on their wicket. Turn down the onside. Blades comes around and they get 2 runs quite easily. Another delivery. Brilliant piece of work there from Ogis. Hitting the stumps. Hammered to cover for 4. So, badly lined delivery, half volley, and put away nicely into the square cover area for 4. So 6 runs out of that over, including another boundary. So it's almost like every over you can say you get a boundary. Here is Mackenzie. The hands going out, really not leading with his head and his shoulders enough there. Lead goes up to 177. They need wickets with this new ball pretty early as the West Indies Academy. Here is Mackenzie just steering this out into the offside, just picking up a single. Brings Brandon King, the right-hander, into play. "14 without loss." Blades is second over. Here comes Blades. The two slips go down, and King is driving up to mid-off. Lane. Big tall Lane in the way. Academy might be chasing anything close to 450 and up, providing they put in a remarkable spell to maybe bowl out Team Jamaica. Beautiful delivery, squared him up completely. And that's the line, just needs to replicate that now and come back and land the ball right into that same area, Blades. Biomechanics, everything was unsung there. Fuller length, and that's the area that he needs to bowl. Can he just find another delivery to touch down in that area? Just needs to keep it simple. Blades goes past umpire Nigel Duguid, delivers. Oh, inside edge. Kelvin Pittman looked like he forgot or didn't see the ball in the process. Overthrow there in the end. These players, academy players, just have to control their emotions. Gotta save their energy, conserve their energy, and just use it into the right area. One slip of gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off. Feel on the deep backward square in Johnson. Feel on the deep backward point in Becky Joseph. Callum Bowen tuck it, diving away down the leg side. I think the umpire didn't signal, so he got a nick onto that. Can I say that again?
Reason?
Got bad onto that. So that looks like a drop catch chance there. Tuckett seems to be down for the count. He's getting stretched. Not quite sure yet. No physio coming out. Where's the physio? She looked like she forgot. Think he's okay? Might have maybe just jarred his maybe hamstring. But I think the team physio on the field in Teddy Bishop and company seem to have stretched out Colin Boyne Tuckett. So the end of 3, 16 without loss. So this is the first over that no boundary been able to come off. Yon Lane, can he produce something spectacular here? Here is Mackenzie driving sweetly out to Johnson, who is showing his skills by throwing with his right hand as well, and his left hand, mixing up both. Here goes Ewan Lane, the ball to Brandon King. You'll be looking for some score. Beating all ends up. Ball died on Colin Boyne Tuckett. He recovered very quickly. VC Bird International Airport, very busy. Honing in at those pads there, Ewan Lane. I like this energy here from Lane. Went off the field in the first part of the morning session on the first day. Understand had a slight ankle injury. He's come back out now. Didn't bat well at all. And he can bat. Wonder what's going through his mind. Want to see him get as close as possible to those stumps. Short and wide. Spanked down to the sweeper on the offside. Got to get into that groove. Lane, very high proportion of boundaries have been hit in this game, 74. So good afternoon to the folks in Bermuda, Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Nevis, St. Kitts, Anguilla. Clipped away by Mackenzie. For 4. No, don't think it will have the legs to go all the way. Chase right down Kelvin Pittman. Mackenzie didn't try to overhit it there. Just played the ball from right under his eyes and just clipped it into the onside. Well, the shots, I'd like to see him get into the correct position. He tends to be in a standing up position when he's coming forward. That transfer of weight is not consistent. Needs to go from heel to toe. What automatically happens, he just goes on his toes only. Doesn't stride out enough. Pitched up again, fuller length. That's a good delivery there. Just sort of opened up, just got the bat onto that, onto the onside, picked up another single. So the end of over number 4, the score 20 without loss. Here goes Jedediah Blades, trying to get Johnson into the right position. Lead is 185 with 2 days to go still. Back and across and defending nicely. Very irresponsible shots played by a number of the batsmen for the West Indies Academy. Now they're back out into the field, having to field again. And in, as they would say in old-time days, Jamaica will be looking to sun them, keep them out there for a very long time. Short ball. Very good bumper there. Just over the middle and leg stump there from Blades. One thing I could say to you, you can't fault him for effort, Blades. He's always trying, always coming. He works hard. He's always charging in. You can get maybe a technical person maybe to just deal with him. Think he'll be a good find for the future. Get those feet up into a sprinting mood. Short ball. And Mackenzie steering this down into the second slip area. Blades again, he's bowled 3 good deliveries. Can he get this right? Down the onside, pushes the ball down the onside. Make him play. You've got a new ball in your hand. Make him play. That's what you want. Make him play with that new ball. Clipped away into the square leg area. Johnson comes around and they quietly get 2 runs in the process. Who will step up for this academy team in the second innings with the ball? Who will put their hand up and say, I've come to represent the academy? Driving straight down the ground for 4. So a boundary. Almost 3 boundaries hit so far. Another one off Blades. Blades has got to hit the deck. It's got to bowl, hit the deck consistently. Score goes up to 27. They can just take away the boundary balls from this Jamaica Scorpions batting lineup. Already have 3 boundaries inside 5 overs. The lead is 191. That's something that they have to work on. Very high proportion of boundaries. King driving straight up to cover. Get a good spell here from, wonder how strong is the ankle. You and Yogi Lane can really run in and produce some jaffas. You'll be fresh. On the money. That's it. That's what you want. This is good. This is a good start here by Lane. And if you can just get 4 more into the right area. Big football action taking place in Jamaica this evening. Hopefully the local fans will get an opportunity to see Lionel Messi, one of the greatest footballers of our living time. Sure, that would be special for the nation of Jamaica. Threw him in a flash. Barbados 73 for 4. Combined campuses and colleges 170 for 9 declared. I think someone got injured. I'll find out a little more about that. Guyana Harpy Eagles are 74 for 2. Hope the player is okay. Beautiful delivery, full of length here. This is real good here by Lane. Full of length. And almost caught Brandon King on the crease. Here we go again. Here's a pay for a leg before, going down. Think he was advancing as well too. Good decision by umpire Bassarat. Think he delivered that one from wide of the crease, Yogi Lane. Pitched up. Yeah, would have been missing. But close enough. This is good. This is good. This is good from you and Yogi Lane. Keep hovering at that pads. Keep working. Keep working. You have to believe. Get close to that umpire there. Get close to that stump. Get it to angling. Beautiful delivery. 1 and over. This is good from the young man. Well bowled. Lane. 27. Without loss at the end of 6. Now, Blades to continue. Oh, in fact, Blades has been pulled out of the attack. Looks like Kelvin Pittman will get his first bowl. Maybe might have given Blades one more. .27 without loss. The lead is 191 for 13 in Antigua and Barbuda, 313 in Jamaica. Here goes Kelvin Pittman. Arms pumping. Tucked away into the onside. So he starts with the delivery down the onside. And Mackenzie just stuck in this one into the square leg area. Jordan Johnson had to jog in. Score in the meantime goes up to 20 without loss. Sorry, 28, sorry. Guess I'm getting a little ambitious of myself and trying to help the academy by lessening the runs. That one hit the gloves of Callum Boyne Tuckett with some zip, as he would say. That was sizzling through. He had to let it soak for a while to just remember that he's got it. 28 without loss. These two having a look. The lead is 192, so they don't need to be reckless. Still have all day tomorrow to bat. Here's a delivery which is punched into the offside. And Jordan Johnson coming around, putting in the work. And they get two more quite easily. 30 from 39 so far. Banged up to Nathan Edwards at mid-off. The score remains on 30 without loss. Here is King driving again up to mid-off. Gotta stay over the ball a little longer. Has to stay over. Lead with that head and the shoulders. Find the gap. Gotta look to find the gap now. Just rushes out of the shot, I think, too often. No pace there at all. So Pittman starts well. His first over cost 3 runs, and at the end of 7, the score is 30 without loss. steered down to third man boundary. Johnson doesn't get there. Lame effort. Delivery steered down to third man. Jordan Johnson coming around. Lame effort. And the ball has gone into the boundary for 4. Gotta stay on your feet and stop that. That's an easy stop. From the steer from Yogi Lane to Jordan Johnson is just to remind him, like, come on, get a bigger effort in. Have to stop that. Now somebody throws the ball away. Lane has to run all the way down to the boundary. Gotta be switched on. Here goes Lane. Pitched in wide. Mackenzie gives his hit away. Caught by Kelvin Pittman at mid-off. A casual shot. He was just stood there and just like he was giving catching practice. Lane strikes. 34 for 1. So, Jermaine Blackwood comes to the crease to join Brandon King. Delivery from Ewan Lane, which was punched into the offside to give Blackwood an opportunity to get off the mark. brings Brandon King into strike. He's on 13 from 27. Jamaica's already lost Mackenzie Cott, Pittman Bowlane. And in the process, it's brought out Jermaine Blackwood. 35 for 1. Brandon King comes into strike. Down the onside again. Callum Boyne took it diving away. Yogi Lane just not being able to get that buy signal there. Every now and again he just pushes that ball. Trying to get that ball in. 8 overs completed. At the end of 8, Jamaica Scorpions will lead by 190. In fact, lead by 200. They are 36 for 1 at the end of 8. So here goes Kelvin Pittman. He'll be looking to get into the wicket column as well. Just needs to bowl fuller. Short and banged away through cover for 4. That's a poor delivery. That's almost like a half tracker. It's got to bowl the ball fuller. So already in this innings, Jamaica's hit some 4 boundaries. Score meantime goes up to 40 for 1. Kelvin Pittman not going through his paces. Gotta hit his straps, get his strike pattern going. Gotta hit the crease. 4 more. Half volley. And Brandon King onto the front foot and just stroked it beautifully for 4. So 2 boundaries in this over already. Pull a heavy ball. Just like he's just floating up those deliveries there. Maybe. Here goes Pittman. Bongs away, in out the ball to King. That's the idea, that's the line. He's got to run in and hit the deck. Short ball, lucky to get away with that one. King was onto the back foot, rocked back and hit it down, but it went to Joshua Bishop at the short mid-wicket area. Backing across and defending nicely. Played up to O'Geese at cover. Lead is 208, 44 for 1. King is 21. Over comes to an end with that dot delivery. 8 runs out of the over. Kelvin Pittman's 2 overs so far has cost him 11. And at the end of 9, Jamaica Scorpions, they're running off like a train. They're 44 for 1. So too is the Leeward Islands at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. They're 25 without loss. Over in Guyana, Guyana Happy Eagles are 99 for 3. And the Kensington Oval in Barbados, Barbados are 92 for 4. So we got a game on. Jamaica's already captured first innings points, so too is the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But Trinidad and Tobago captured first innings points also over Barbados Pride. And the Windward Island Volcanoes and the Guyana Happy Eagles are locked in an intense game at the Providence Stadium in Guyana. Lane will fancy himself getting or removing Jermaine Blackwood, maybe as in an LBW position. Yeah, that one squirts out. Lane is a little upset with himself there that he got off there. It'd be nice to see Lane get at least to string some deliveries and bowl to him. Now brings Brandon King into strike. Score goes up to 45 for 1. So Blackwood 2, King 21. Seemed like a long time ago on day 1 on Wednesday morning when Jermaine, in fact, Jason, the man himself, Jason Campbell, won the toss. Oh, that bent him all up. Now, when you get a delivery like that and you don't get a wicket, you ask yourself, Heavenly Father, what has gone wrong? It's Brandon King's day. That's a Jaffa. Can he produce 4 more like that? 45 for 1. Just replicate that. Just replicate that. Put it into the right area. Keep them guessing. Almost release the pressure. Gotta keep coming. It's gotta keep coming. It is important that we remain calm, remain focused, and be patient. Nathan Edwards rubbing away and supporting Lane. We're in the number 50. Bongs away into bowl to King. King defensively playing right up to the short mid-on in Kelvin Pittman. I like this from Yogi Lane. I like this. I like the spell. He's come out with a sense of purpose. He's already picked up a wicket. 1 for 15. He's looking for 2. 2 comes 3. Down the onside again. Every now and again, every time he tries that, pushes the ball down the leg side. Umpire Bassarat just taking a walk. I too might have to take a walk in here. Here goes Lane. Bongs away. Into bowl to King. King just works it into the onside. And we'll get an easy single. So over comes to an end. The score goes up to 46 for 1 at the end of 10 overs. So very healthy run rate here by Jamaica. Kelvin Pittman delivery. Goes past Brandon King into the gloves of Callum Boyne Tuckett. I wonder sometimes how some of these batsmen who've gone back out into the field really feel now. That they have to go back out into the feeling and how they just gave away their hits. King driving, past Blades for 4. Needed a bigger effort there from, in fact, that's Blade Lane. He almost dived over the ball like a goalkeeper. Parried the ball. Got to give yourself some room when you're mid on and mid off so you can see the ball. If you're too close, you're not going to recover in time. 50 up for the Jamaica Scorpions. And they're just turning on the screws here. Eight boundaries so far in this brief score of 50 for 1. And we only need to over number 11. Got to take away the boundary balls. Have to. Pittman. From the CIE road end. Bongs away. That's it, on the money. That's the line that he has to bowl. Every now and again he bowls one there and then he bowls a short ball and then he bowls a half volley. It's about repetitions, over and over and over all the time. Couple of chips there in the Kelvin Pittman run up means that he searching. Had to bowl this morning and have to come back out now and be bowling. It's almost like, as you would say, an injustice to their batsmen. They got to put the price on their wicket. Just don't give your wicket away. Nobody gives the academy wickets. So where are they giving away their hands? On the money again. It's well bowled. Over completed. So end of over number 11. Score 50 for 1. Lane starts again from this meter center end. Driving aerially is Jermaine Blackwood. Joshua Bishop at cover. He's moving to his left. Here is Lane, bounding away to bowl to Blackwood, who just picks up the line, leaves that. Jermaine Blackwood have played some 56 test matches for the West Indies. Nine hundreds, in his first class level, he would have played 146 matches, over 8,000 runs, high score of 248 against the Leeward Islands. Had the chance of commentating that game. It was a couple of years ago at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 9 first-class hundreds and 53 half-centuries. Last time he would have played for the West Indies in tests, he's got 2,898 runs from 56 test matches. Last 6 test matches for the West Indies scored 269 runs with a high score of 79, 250s during that process. At one point in time was the vice captain of the West Indies test squad. Started the season on the brink of trying to make a statement, but has fallen off. Has a good platform here to get himself a good score. Leaning edge in the air, caught by Edwards. Blackwood goes. Playing around a straight delivery. And the water break comes up. Leaning edge. Blackwood goes back to the pavilion. A simple catch at mid-off for Nathan Edwards. And the man himself, Yogi Lane, strikes for his team. 50 for 2. And we'll take a coffee break here as Brad Barnes. No, it looks like it is Tavel Glenn who walks out. Jamaica's 50 came off 63 balls, 52 minutes, 7 fours. But they have since lost Mackenzie and Blackwood. And Javel Glenn has come out, big left-hander. The lead is 214. Yogi Lane into his 6th over, 2 for 16 so far. Brandon King is on 26 from 45. If you're wondering what's happened, Academy bowled out in their first innings for 211 in 46.5 overs. Down the onside, Yogi Lane starting, that rushed the pad by Saeed Bassurat will signal leg byes, so Glenn remains on naught. Lead now goes up to 215, score goes up to 51 for 2. Yogi Lane, what a spell. He's been impressive. He's worked hard. He's really put his hand up as a senior pro here. Can he just get one to just land in the right area to dismiss Brandon King? Wide delivery. Over comes to an end. At the end of it, end of 12 overs, Jamaica pushing on here with a lead of 215. They're 51 for 2. Very high proportion of boundaries hit in this inning so far, 7. But they've also created, when they've bowled in the right areas, 50 dot balls within the 12 over process. Joshua Bishop is going to come into the conversation straight away. Just looking around to see, is O'Geese on the field? As it looks like it's Yogi Lane who is controlling things. Geese look like he might be off the field.
Oh, yes, that big.
Yogi Lane in there at cover. No, I think he's on. Is he at, that's him at mid-off? Stands up straight again. Flatter faster. This is a good start here by Joshua Bishop. On the money. Flat and fast and look to firing that ball at Glenn's pads. Don't give him any room. Don't ease that pressure up. Glenn is off the back foot. Joseph coming around. And they get 2 runs quite easily. I think Yogi Lane needs to give himself some room. And maybe just go to his right there at cover, especially for the left-hander. And Becky Joseph, he needs to be in that position sweeping. Glenn has to play the ball square. It's back and just turns this down to Kelvin Pittman. Comes in off the boundary. No, Joshua Bishop is going to have to be on the money. Can't afford to release the pressure. He's going to have to keep the pressure on here on the batsman. Brandon King comes in to strike. Lane, I just think is just too close. He's back and spanking that out to the sweeper. Just too easy there from Joshua Bishop. The ball just sat up. Throwdowns, comfortable throwdowns. Ball the ball into the surface with a little bit more zip. Left and right combination. That's it, on the money. Over completed. 4 runs out of the over. And the score at the end of 13, Jamaica 55 for 2. Lane has come out of the attack. And Rivaldo Clark. No, it's Nathan Edwards who is now coming into the attack. Let's hope that he will be switched on. Nathan Edwards. Because he's going to have to continue that impressive spell by Ewan Lane from this end. It's going to be bowling to Brandon King. Edwards pitched up and just turned into the short mid-wicket area. Rivaldo Clark, no, in fact it's Ogis. I'd just like to see Yogi Lane just give himself some room, because Nathan Edwards doesn't really have a lot of pace. So he wants to be able to see the ball, because Brandon King tends to hit the ball with some power, so you want to give yourself a chance with the ball coming to you. Just find that Pittman is wasted out there. To me, that's a wasted fielder. Inside edge. Yeah, saved him. Lack of pace there to Brandon King. He was through the shot too early. Foot was pointing, left foot was pointing down the wicket into the mid-on area rather than out to the mid-off or cover area. Full toss, smack, down the ground for 4. That's almost like a gift to Brandon King. His eyes lit up. And he just spanked that along the ground. Gotta hit the deck, Edwards. Hit the deck. Gotta run in. That's just too casual. Gotta run in with a sense of purpose. Somebody's beckoning to Jordan Johnson to get back. And I think maybe it might be the best thing if Edwards is going to bowl those lines. Short and wide. Spanked out to Mbeki Joseph. Nathan just looked jaded. He's got to work out he's got to run in with some vigor. Land the ball in the right area. Right now, we can't be thinking about trying to swing the ball. It's got to bowl the ball between wicket and wicket. Bowl that hard length. Force the batsman to make a mistake. The conditions are not ideal to swing it around here. So you have to be crafty. It's going to bowl to the left-hander, Glenn. Cutters might be a good option here for Nathan Edwards. That's a better delivery. Glenn. Delivery which it turned into the short mid-wicket area. Over comes to an end. 5 out of it. Another boundary. But at the end of 40, Jamaica 60 for 2. A lead of 224. the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 55 without loss. Kadeem Henry not out on 30. Michael Louis not out on 23. On the money here is Joshua Bishop at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Keep at it, man. Keep at it, man. At it. Ball.
Driving straight down the ground. They can't be waiting for anything to happen here. Guyana Happy Eagles are 124 for 3. Barbados Pride are in serious problem. And when I say serious problem, they're 101. Let me get that right. Don't want to misquote. 101 for 6. Brackworth 2, McCaskey 8, Drakes 10, Wickham 12, Chase 41, Hope 20, and now it's Jason Holder and Matthew Ford. That game could be finished in 3 days. Trinidad and Tobago with the powerhouse Barbados team are in trouble. Seals 2 for 49, Joshua James 2 for 12, Anderson Phillip 1 for 25, and Carrie Pear 1 for 9. Game on.
Yes, yo, God. Yes, yo.
Top ball, bowled by Joshua Bishop. Oh, you have to stop that, Joshua Bishop. Get both hands behind the ball. Overcompleted. What if they don't get fined? It's just too casual. Six boundaries have been hit so far by Brandon King in his 34. So that's really very high proportion of boundaries. It's okay, Edwards. Gotta keep your head up. Gotta keep your head up. Chin up. Chin up. Keep coming. Keep coming. Gotta keep working. You gotta want it. Nobody's gonna give you their wicket. You gotta outfox the batsman. This is what red ball cricket is about. Gotta work hard. Second first class game here, Nathan Edwards. Keep thinking about it. Gotta bowl a lot more cutters here. Just vary your pace. On the money. Good start here. Keep thinking about it. That's what it is. This is a learning process for you. This is the game of cricket. Got to work hard. Nobody's going to give you anything easy. This is not under 19. This is first class cricket. You got to learn on the job and learn very quickly. Pushed in the offside, getting an easy single. Teddy Bishop is deep there at mid-off. Good rotation of the strike. Good stride there by Javan Glenn, leading with his head on his shoulders, and stepping out and stroking the ball nicely along the carpet. King driving again up to Jordan Johnson. Nothing is wrong with that. That's better than a boundary ball. At least he's got a plan. And they go home tonight, the academy boys. Might need to get a good soak. Driven again down the ground. In the air, but safe in the end. And they get another single. So, good rotation of the strike. Rotation also of the umpires as well. Doogie goes from one side to the next. Coach Andrew Coley just moving around the boundary. And fielders caught napping, another easy single. So Brandon King is not satisfied with that bat. He's called for another bat. That's the second change of the day. So, new one comes out of the plastic. I should maybe go and ask him for that one, for a youngster. Over number 16 bowls, 68 for 2. Jamaica. The lead 232 with 2 days still left in this enthralling game. See, Yogi Lane has left the field, so maybe just gone for some treatment. Or maybe that could be it for him for the end of the day.
Oh, yeah. Well done, Jed.
Keep your eyes on the ball. You know, putting their bodies behind the line of the ball. Gotta give yourself some room. Driven. Kelvin Pittman with a powerful return right to Callum Boyne Tuckett. Right into the pouch. Well, that looks like McKenny Clark who fired that one up. That ball died on Glenn. Good thing about it is that he played it from right under his eyes. 69 for 2.
One might spin, bitch. You never know.
504 here in Antigua and Barbuda, 404 in Jamaica. Academy. They have to finish strong. Ball going down the hill. Edwards is after it. He won't get there. Hits the rope now. Another boundary. Badly lined delivery again from Joshua Bishop. Quicker, flatter, faster. And Glenn, all he had to do was just get bat onto that. And another boundary in the process. So 17 overs bowled, 73 for 2. Nathan Edwards just bowled the 2 overs. He's going to come back for his third. In fact, 3, not for 12. The lead is 237. Barbados 103 for 7. Carry pair LBW, Matthew Ford, LBW to carry pair for 1. Stands up straight and defends is Brandon King. Bowling figures so far: Jaden Seals 15 overs, 2 maidens, 50 runs, 2 wickets. Anderson Phillip 9 overs, 3 maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Joshua James 10 overs, 4 maidens, 12 runs, 2 wickets. Big player from Tobago. And Carrie Pear, the leading wicket taker in this regional 4-day competition. He's already got 2 for 10. 103 for 7. Barbados. 2 days still to play in that game at Kensington Oval. On the money. At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Leeward Islands in the second innings are 68 without loss. Kadeem Henry is on 41. Michael Louis on 24. And in Ghana Happy Eagles are 134 for 3. King stands up and spanks that up to mid-off. Jordan Johnson looked like a man who has been in the wars. His body language suggests that he doesn't want to be out there feeling. But he gave his hit away. So you'll have to feel for a very long time until when John Campbell decides that he's going to declare, or somebody produces a magic spell for the West Indies Academy to bowl out Jamaica. Peel for a leg before, but going down. Callum Bowen Tuckett is still asking. Umpire Bassarat. Just thought for a moment that Brandon King came right across his crease there. Let's see that again. My brother, where did that pitch? I think he pitched outside the line of the leg stump. Good decision by umpire Bassarat. Sometimes we have to remember the umpires are also human. Floated up. Smack past mid-off for 4. Think he's better off having that fielder right back on the boundary. If he's going to bowl those half volleys, Edwards has to hit the deck. That's just too easy for Brandon King. Gotta hit the deck. Over in Ghana, 136 for 3. Perez 33, Nando 8, Anderson 21, Tevin Imla is on 29, and Savory is on 34. Stroked again, up to cover. No runs, end of the over. But again, another boundary. Gotta take away the boundary balls. Just too many boundaries, high proportion of boundaries. 80 dot balls within the process. Just imagine if they just took away all those boundary balls. So good afternoon to Delroy Morgan, chairman of selectors in Jamaica, Wayne Lewis, secretary of the West Indies Players Association. Sure, the president, Wavell Hines, must be on the campaign trail, moving around. Lead 241. Nehemiah Perry, he'll be glued to his television as well. I wonder what part of the woods is somebody like a Cleveland Davidson.
Oh, remember the next one spin though. Remember the next one.
Lindell Wright, one of the top administrators again. Come back to that one. Stroking it again, beautiful. Big save, but they come up with a single. Jamaica over the years would have produced some real outstanding cricketers. Christopher Henry Gale, Marlon Samuels. And if we go way back, here is King smacking a short ball to the mid-wicket area for 4. Another boundary again. It's almost like every over the academy bowls a boundary ball. Lawrence Rowe, Easton Morris. The list is long coming out of Jamaica. Forward again. He's back again, short, and spanked it again for 4 more. So, 50 to Brandon King. 70 balls, 8 fours, 1 6. And Brandon King, 52 off 70. What a knock by Brandon King. Brought up his 18th first class 50 to complement that with 300s. High score of 194. That was against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in St. Kitts at Warner Park. That's when I first saw him, along with Devon Thomas. Plundered the Leeward Islands Hurricanes attack. Hit the ball to all parts of the field there. Coming into this game, over 2,405 runs with 3 first-class centuries. Now got 18 half-centuries. Be looking to go 1 better. Maybe record his 4th first-class 100. Still a lot of work to get done. The lead is 253 for the Jamaica Scorpions. Edwards. On the money. Now Brandon King is a tall guy, but when you look at Glenn, he's even taller. And then you have a diminutive Nathan Edwards, who's maybe just reached the shoulder of Glenn, running into bowl to Brandon King. He's got to stay switched on. He's got to be focused. He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. Nathan Edwards, left arm seamer. Slow ball. That's what he has to do. He's got to bowl cutters. Vary his pace. Land the ball in the right area. Can't be those juicy half volleys that he's serving up outside the off stump. King's explosive power. It's got to be on the money. $89 for 2. Going to over number 20. Back of the length delivery. Punch into the offside up to mid-off. I wonder if Jordan Johnson is carrying an injury or something of some nature. Or it's maybe just his emotions that he wears on his sleeves. Beautiful delivery. That's a perfect delivery. That's one of the best deliveries that Nathan Edwards has bowled all the game. Had him grouping. Lost his shape, lost his balance. Left foot never got out to the pitch of the ball. Oh, that was well bowled. Can he just replicate that and finish strong? Nathan Edwards. Got to bowl cutters. That's what he has to do. Mix it up. Cross seam cutters. Vary his pace and be patient. Spanked through the offside for 4. So another boundary, just releasing the pressure. And this academy team, they're going to learn the hard way. Can't bowl that. That's just too friendly for the class of Brandon King. He's going to put that away. Score in the meantime goes up to 93 for 2 of 20 overs.
Come to the left there, Valley. Yeah.
Bishop's first delivery. Played into the offside. Here comes Joshua Bishop. Not for 23. He's into his 5th over. Glenn
Wow, well done, Joshua
pushing,
Bishop.
coming forward.
Love that.
Barbados 108 for 9. Can you believe that? No, I can't. 93 for 2. Oh, that's like a ground eater. And that's gone for 4 buys. Ooh, so all happening here. Boeing took it, taking some evasive action there behind the stump. Instead, it's gone for 4 buys. 84 boundaries have been hit and 17 sixes, 97 for 2.
Alright, let's get up on top now.
Game which was top billed to be one of the biggest games of round 5. Seemed to be a one-sided affair for Trinidad and Tobago. Glenn driving, stepping out. Won't score. Seckles. He's on 12, Glenn. Comes quietly forward. So, Blades is switched from the CIU road end to now the media center end. His first spell cost 16. 2 boundaries coming off of Lane. 2 off of Blades in his first spell. Kelvin Pittman 3. Bishop 2 and 1, 6. And Nathan Edwards 3 boundaries as well. 12 fours and 1, 6 within the process. There is King just having an afternoon stroll. Just stroke the Blades delivery out to the sweeper on the offside. And the score goes up to 98 for 2. King goes to 57. It now brings the left-hander Glenn into strike. The lead is 262. Trinidad and Tobago, they're all over Barbados. Barbados 108 for 9. The game could be done and dusted today. Ghana Happy Eagles 146 for 3. Leeward Island 78 for 1. Kadeem Henry back in the hut for 41. Casey Carty's come out, he's on 5. Michael Louis not out 33. Akeem Jordan, the wicket taker. 98 for 2 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Maybe another 5 overs remaining in the day's play. Driven down the ground for 4. That's a beautiful shot by Javel Glenn. Another boundary. So Blades, that's the 3rd of his bowling so far. And it is just easy going for Team Jamaica. 50-run partnership coming off 61 deliveries in quick time. Effortless here. 102 for 2. Give them. Here is Kelvin Pittman, who's just come back. First 3 overs cost 15. To be honest with you, I don't think any coach right now maybe could be saying anything. The information, it's up to these young cricketers here. And if they want this, they got all the tools, all the technology, all the data. Is how do you access that information and put it into practice? Discipline leads to habits, habits leads to consistency, and consistency leads to growth. That's what these young players, that's had to be their culture. Cut out these bad habits. Short ball, pull down again, drag down. Lucky to get away with that. Kelvin Pittman, he just feels that he has to bang the ball into the surface. Just bowl the ball in a fuller length. Gotta vary your pace, and you gotta bowl cutters. You gotta bowl one side. You can't be all over the shop. It's very difficult for somebody like Akeem O'Geese to set a field when you're bowling on both sides of the track. Just sit down and think, how I got Jason Mohammed? How did I get Nathan Edwards in practice? I bowled a fuller length. That's what you have to be working on. That's what you have to replicate in your mind. Every time he bangs the ball in short, he's put away. Top ball in the process. The lead is 267. Maybe might have one over after this. Brandon King has certainly looked very organized here. He looks like he's up for the big one. Now Kelvin Pittman has switched from over the wicket to round the wicket. Could somebody tell me why? No ball in the process. Umpire Nigel Duguid getting out his hand. Score goes up to 106 for 2. Driven again down the ground for 4. Gotta get your angles worked out. That man has to be straight. Can't be that wide. Glenn is a power player. He hits the ball straight down the ground, so the mid-off has to be straight. I consider mid-off being wide. Blades needs to go to his left. They're like they're just waiting to just get off the park. But they gotta think the game. I think that's it for Pittman. Not for 21. Looks like that's it for the day. So at the end of the day, the Jamaica Scorpions close on 110 for 2 from 23 overs. And this is after they would have dismissed the academy for 211 all out. Brad Barnes, 6 overs. No maidens, 25 runs, 3 wickets. O.J. Shields, 8.5 overs, 1 maiden, 40 runs, 3 wickets. Javan Royal from his 10, 1 for 60. Markina Minley, 2 for 32 from his 9 with 2 maidens. Jermaine Blackwood, 6 overs, no more than 27 runs, 1 wicket. And at the end of the day, Brandon King is not out on 58 from 80 deliveries. Jamaica lead by 274. We will be back tomorrow morning.